And it's a beautiful Tuesday night, and time for us to wrap this story up. I'm excited to jump back in finally after a few days away and see just who is starting these fires. Let's find out, and let's go live. What is up, everybody? It's me, Johnny G, and welcome back to the channel and to the stream. As always, I appreciate each and every one of you for taking the time out of your day to hang out here while we're live. And those of you watching on the VOD, you guys are awesome as well. What is up, Gothic? You're in here early. Gaboo. It is a very nice Tuesday right now, and I'm happy. It's been good weather. A little bit too warm for my liking, but it's been good weather. We're not getting slammed by rain or anything now. And after yesterday and earlier today, getting a lot accomplished. Overall, I feel like it's been exciting. I've had a good couple of days. I meant to do this yesterday, but I just did not have the time because of the fact that I was wrapping some stuff up. Getting some voice acting stuff done. I recorded about 5 or 6 auditions between yesterday and today. I screamed a lot about waffle fries and hot dogs, which feels weird to admit, but was fun. And yeah, moving on. We got a couple other things. I got some of my roll stuff actually good, done, recorded for the first time. So beyond just teaser related things. So that's pretty cool. That was fun to get into. But I got some other personal stuff recorded as well, which I'm excited about. Took a bit of time to do. Had my haircut for the first time in a hot minute. Feel a tad lighter. Ooh, I need my haircut. I'm getting too long. But how do you usually keep your hair? Are you a longer hair person, or do you like it shorter? And how is it now? Just curious. I'm doing a little challenge to draw my favorite operators based on class as chibis. Ooh, I like that challenge. I like the idea of that challenge. I might have to do that myself when I get back into drawing, but that's going to be hard to decide because there's a lot that I like in each different class, so it's going to be tough to narrow down. I'm going to have to do a little research. Short hair? Okay. Cool. Very, very cool. It's shorter now. Well, as long as you're comfortable with it, that's all that matters, right? That's the best thing. I like mine shorter. I actually, at one point, I used to have like a real bad like emo cut. in high school, where I had it to where I could pull it way down over my eyes and go like around here, and it would come under my nose and stuff. Especially when I played hockey, I used to be able to put my helmet on and it would squish my hair down around, so I had to like clear it out of my face, out of my eyes when I was. Oh, I don't know why I liked it back then, but I hate the idea of that now. Like, I'm cool with this, but I'd rather have it shorter. So usually have it short, but I couldn't cut it. It was shoulder length. Now it's more boyish. Hey, whatever. As long as you like it. Like I said, as long as you like it and you're comfortable, that's all that matters. So lately too, chat, we've been jumping into doing some short form content and stuff again. I've been using this clipping system set up by Vika. Vika is a VTuber who generously has shared a setup for a clipping system with OBS and using some plugins and stuff, a tutorial on how to do that. And her tutorial is amazing. And I've been able to make and share some cool clips over the past couple of days. So I'm excited to be doing that. And tonight we're going to experiment and do a little bit with the Arknights clips and stuff and hopefully get those working. I tried it the last time, but my stream lagged and stuttered and stuff like that for whatever reason. But since then, I've got it working better. So I'm hoping that tonight we will have no issues. So I've got it recording now alongside, but if you guys notice any stutter, any lag, anything like that, let me know. But just a quick heads up as well. Moving into the things, the video creation event is on right now, and I'm going to be entering my first stream, this stream, as well as 3 additional videos we'll be doing. One with the EX and S stages once those are available. We're going to do a video with all the Sui siblings, a special video with them, similar to how I did the Lupo Hit Squad and stuff last time. We're going to do a Sui sibling video, and we're also going to do a special other themed video around this event in the story that I'll be releasing hopefully very soon. But this one's taking a lot more planning because it's a little less with in-game, we'll put it that way. But hope you guys are excited to see that stuff when it's available, and we'll get that entered so that hopefully we'll get back in the finalists again. All right. Trying to think if there's anything else I want to tell you about before we jump into this story. I've got to do my daily login stuff and everything when we first get in here, but we're going to get through the rest of the story tonight. Hopefully my voice will hold up, but 1 second. I'm finishing a reply to a comment that I got on YouTube that I started, and then I realized that we were getting real close to time here. So I've got to finish that up, and then we will jump in. Okay. How's everybody else's nights going so far? Hopefully good. Let's see here. Okay. Some updates on how my journey for you went. So I ended up delving way more into my Arundum than I planned to. Basically was determined to get you, and thankfully only took around a couple extra 10 pulls to finally get hacking you. Nice! Well, it didn't take too much then. I mean, more than what you expected or wanted, I guess, but hey, you've got plenty of time to save up before Exuzie, so you can make up that difference, I think. Especially the way you tend to grind things, so, which is awesome. Okay. All right. Really wanted you because of Lappy. Absolutely. That's one of my favorite things so far, is the fact that he pairs so well with her. And in the end, we haven't had too crazy of like operator pairings recently. There hasn't been many that have synced up so well. It's so strange. Like, you can always come up with your own pairings and things like that. You can always come up with your own ways of getting how do you put it? You can always come up with your own pairings, your own ways of pairing up operators based on skills and things like that. But to get somebody like you and Lappy to pair up so well, like right off the bat when they're so recent together, is really cool. That's a neat thing. I like that. Are the Sui siblings actually siblings? Yes. In a sense, yes and no, because they are actual siblings. However, they're also all like pieces of the same entity in a sense. They were split into multiple, 12, I believe, 12 altogether. So they were all split from the same being. So they're siblings, but they're also the same thing in a sense when you think about it. It's hard to explain and delve too much into it. Excuse me, but all right, let's go ahead and switch over and let's get started. Let me get my caffeine going here for me. Spray it everywhere, but you know. Yum. Green pop. All right.
Arknights.
That was extremely weird. I think YouTube's still having issues with view botting kind of stuff, because I just had a spike where my concurrent viewers went from 6 all the way up to 246, down to 116, and now back down to 6. That is so weird. Very, very strange. I know a couple weeks ago they were having massive issues with that. Let's go with these 2 lucky strips. We got an 800. See, I got shoe. Let's stay 6 here. All right, now I know, because I saw some of them shipping them, and yeah, I'm noping out of that. Yeah, I would nope out of that too myself, but you know me, I'm not huge on the whole shipping thing, but I can get down with some ships, and you know, it's all good. But sibling stuff, no, I'm out of that. Not happening.
This place is nothing like stagnant old.
Okay. Alrighty, let's collect our clues. We'll go ahead and take care of that stuff. Maybe we'll do a 10 pull or something here before we jump into things. Okay. Let's go visit all our friends. Visit everybody.
Is this how you greet Texas too?
Chat, you can make fun of me, but I can still, or I still have not taken the time to fix up my base.
Is this how you greet Texas?
And do the new base rooms and stuff like that. I haven't done any of that crap. I need to sit down and do that. I meant to do that on stream with you all, but just haven't had the chance to yet. Maybe next time we do not an event stream, but we do like a farming stream, or when we start hunting the modules and stuff for operators. We start doing stuff like that, we'll go ahead and get the base fixed up, redone, do it a little differently.
Is this how you greet Texas?
Fun fact, I did, for hearing this voice line over and over, I changed my Discord status to that. I need to change it to something else now, because it's been a couple days now. But
is this how you greet Texas?
Is this how you greet Texas, too? No, because I've never been to Texas.
Is this how you greet Texas? Is this how you greet Texas?
Could say never been in Texas, either. 2 things that can have the same meaning, but one means something different. Moving on.
Is this how you greet Texas?
Sweet succulent caffeine to keep me alive.
Is this how
Tonight.
Hungry Texas too?
All right, we've been through all our friendos. Seen everybody's bases like usual. Okay.
Here's a carnival costume. Put it on.
Let's get our credits claimed. Not a lot of credits today, but that's okay. Don't need a lot. I'm good. What do we got here? I got 165 of those. I got 130 of those. 20 of the YOYOROCK cubes. Let's grab those. 84 of the Orion. Down on permits. Let's grab that. Boom. Recruitment. Quora! Ah!
I'm Lava, a caster. Here to join you.
Popcar from
Popcar.
Operation Reserve Team.
Popcar, so adorable.
Team A6 Catapult reporting in.
Okay, we'll go. As always, we do the random patterns unless we see a good tag in here. We'll go with that and. Ah! Boom. There we go. Okay. Select it. Select that. And now we're good. Let's do a free roll. Our free roll gets us a plume. Let's do a 10. Let's do a 10 just to kick things off. Here we go. Anything good? 5. What do we got? Santala and another Tila, aka Surfer. Okay. So I have a lot of certificate stuff. I just crossed 305 on the distinctions. Let's go. I'm debating on picking up Passenger. Do I have Latesy though? She's a 5-star, right? Yeah, she's a 5-star. Do I have her? I'm pretty sure I have Irene on this account. She's a 6. Maybe I don't. I know I have Irene on my other one. I might be wrong. So let's check and see though. Do I have Latesy? Not long after I changed mine to, hey, stop it. And literally immediately after one of my Discord friends asked, stop it what? That was funny. That was pretty good. Okay. I did not mean to pick on you, Pookie. Sorry. Okay. I do have Irene on this account, so I'm good with Irene. Okay. So let's go to 5s. Do I have Latesy? Latesy, however you say that. Pickles. So much stuff to work with. I don't have her, do I? No, I don't. I don't have her. One thing that I said before that no longer works with recruitment, the summon tag doesn't give a guaranteed 5-star anymore. Instead, it now gives Beanstalk. I know, I actually had that happen the other day for the first time. It's kind of funny. It used to give Mayor as like a guaranteed minimum, but now, nope, it can give Beanstalk too. I want Irene so badly. What is actually interesting, because she shares the name with a retired Hurricane. Hurricane Irene in 2011. I do remember that name. I actually do remember that name, the name for that storm. I don't have Passenger. I don't have Latesy. I could actually get both of them. So I'm going to. We're going to use certificates and get them.
あなた様のオペレーター、パッセンジャー。ドクター、あなた様と共に仕事ができる日を楽しみにしておりました。
Okay.
素敵。
All right. And let's grab her.
記者と捜査協定を結ばせていただきました。あくまで私個人としての行動ですので、どうか邪推のなきよう。もし呼び名が必要であれば。
And this was perfect considering she's involved in the event, so we now have her for the first time. All right. So we added them to the group here. Sweet. I'll have to figure them out and learn how to do them. All right, chat. It is time. Let's finally dive in to the event. I haven't spent any of my stuff yet. I'm getting close to getting skins. I definitely want the axe skin. I won't tell stories about Ack and, you know, AI chat, in-character AI with Ack. That gets funky, but, you know. Let's just say sometimes he wants to be brothers. He's like, hey, bro, kind of thing. Other times, he's extremely thirsty. It can get very weird. All right. I have both actually. Lacey, I hate because she stole a potential ex who pulled back when I didn't have her. Oh, no. I got the axe skin. Need to get Gitano's fit, too. I'll be working on both here, but we got to get the rest of this done, and I can start farming for it. Plus, you know, obviously get the bonuses and things. So, here we go. OR-5, honey herbal tea. Why does that keep doing this? So I have changed this. It's obviously holding the name, but it's not retaining who the squad is supposed to be. I've set this up
Chef has the final word here.
for all the Sui siblings. And it won't retain them all for whatever dumb reason. I don't get it. And I keep making you the leader simply because...
Sun and gentle breeze. I hope everyone makes it home safe.
We're gonna fix that just because it's bugging me.
1,000 times. A city lone in desolation.
Okay, Ling.
Just one thing's never gonna change with time. Swords will inevitably clash.
I just put Nian in, so we've got Ling, Nian, so I need Chongyue and Dusk. Okay, where's Dusk? There we go.
Don't keep me too
All right,
long.
cool. So I've got them in there. Let's save them. That text from the last event where we did our special run with them. All right, let's go to our Such is the Joy of Our Reunion squad. Because we're using you, we're using Server, and we're using Blaze the Igniting Spark. And we will use, once we get Blaze's sister here, we will get her into the squad. Somehow. I gotta figure out where to fit her in, and that's gonna bug me. Because right now, the first one that I could think of to take out would be OG Texas temporarily, which is gonna suck because I don't have Mulesies. So for DP regen, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Similar thing happened. Ooh, wow, we're jumping right into gameplay. Okay, hold on. Similar thing happened with Thorny when Wishidel's banner came forth, the last second 6-star. Left text, hell yeah. I think of the ship. Of course you do.
Whose turn is it to get blown to bits
Nothing wrong with that.
today?
All right, let's put her here. Hey, it's a familiar tune. Okay, Surfer, you have fun
I never
there.
expected to encounter so many people on this trip. Got it.
You can't stop me. Illusion and intimidation are my tactics too.
I'll go
Alright.
gather some. They ruined the night. What a waste of this gorgeous scenery.
Got the situation down crystal clear.
Okay, we're gonna put her there.
A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Beautiful.
If you're really into flesh and bone,
You can't stop me. No need to cover up. If secrets go public, then everyone will get what you deserve. I mean, what you ordered. The show hasn't started.
Okay, we're gonna hold up.
I'll go gather some
Oh, no.
I woke up on the wrong side of it.
Still misbehaving?
No, disappointed.
We're just gonna bombard everything that comes in.
The furnace. How did the rest go? Who cares? Won't affect my flames.
Okay, 16 of 37. Oh yeah, we've got this build up. We can use that.
I'll go gather some. Excuse me. Can we hurry this up? I really don't want my meal getting cold.
We'll just use the dragon, even though I didn't need it.
I wasn't flesh and bone there, weeds.
Enough.
We keep everybody healed there, Shu.
Only nightmare. Cut them to pieces.
Oh my. I adore Blaze's like bombardment there.
It wasn't easy
Power of
learning
perdition.
original Mars automation either.
I'll go gather Spooky just in time. Our provisions are running low.
This sure has decent food.
That'll finish that off just in time before she lost. That would have been all right, but hey.
Daring to add ingredients like
Ooh, that was cool.
You definitely
Also,
got the
sometimes think
potential
about
to
the
be a
new
top
operators
chef.
I got during my pulls for Lappy Altar. The first thing they encounter at Rhodes Island is a flipping insanity demon dog storm. The poor operators, seeing the craziness. All right, so with that, we officially add Xingshu to our team. Historian.
Oh, I've already been introduced. Please don't believe a word Blaze says. The girls still insist I'm a folk singer. I am Xingzhu,
Xingshu.
a historian of Baizhang. If you happen upon any intriguing ballads or proverbs, I'd be delighted if you would share them with me.
Okay. All right. So, let's get her ready and let's put her in the team.
Costume.
Operator.
On.
What does she require? Because I got lots of
How
stuff
very
here.
educational. I've learned something new today.
I've learned something new too. Not really, but okay.
This medal in my hand represents your recognition that more than casualties are worth recording on the battlefield.
Okay, I'm
At
glad.
times, there may also be primroses in full bloom.
Ooh. Okay, so I need 10 more of those, 5 more of those. Do I have enough stuff for these dual chips? I don't know if I do. Supporter dual chips. No, I don't. Ah, unstoppable charge. Wonder, is there a pack in the shop that we could buy it? We'll have to take a look. Let's see. Ooh, I can do a premium voucher. I don't need 4 of those. I only need 2. So, let's get the 2 of those. Okay, so 10 of these. Do I have enough advanced? Oh yeah, I have enough advanced. That saves me for now. Beautiful. Let's take that. All right, so we just need that, and we need to level her up. So let's do that. Boom.
How very educational. I've learned something new today.
Ah, I need 1 more of these. Boom. Done. Done. Okay. Okay, so kills 1 additional target. Target of Xingshu's talent, recover HP equal to 18% of her attack. Okay. Supports survival, abjure. Okay. Let's see. Is there a pack in the store? Yes, my thing is expiring. I know that. Is there? Oh, there's the chip choice pack, but I think I bought. Yeah. They didn't have the supporter. So, what does this give? Enables the printing of any class chip, provides chip packs ×8 and chips ×5 for the corresponding class. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm going to see what this is. I'm going to see what this requires. Or what this gives me. Because if this gives me what I need, and we can certainly get her upgraded here, we will. Okay. Let's go into our depot, our consumables. Oh, so we need supporter chip etcher. Boom. Confirm. Aha! It did. Okay, so let's go make those in our base, and let's get her ready and throw her in the squad. Yeah, don't forget the dragon, because there's a medal for it. Okay. Well, look at the medals. I did good with the medals the last time around, finishing that up, so... Okay, first of all, let's swap them out. Rotate. Rest who we need to. Factory. Ooh, I might need... Oh, no, I have those. Okay, we're good. We need 3 for her. 2, 3. Done. Collect those because I'm a dummy. Collect them because I am a dummy. Max, let that roll. Okay. Now, operator. Go to our 5 stars. Oh, gotta scroll through. Scroll all the way through. There she is. Promote. Boom.
There is a saying I'm fond of.
Ooh, pretty artwork.
An official history is built verse by verse, lyric by lyric. When I think about how I myself will be a verse in the mundane saga, I find it pleasing.
Huh. All right. Farewell to old days. Okay. All right. So now let's specialize her skill because I believe I still have that as well. Yes, I do. Let's go ahead and do this. Boom. All right. Now let's figure out how to put her in the squad. She's gonna heal. I haven't really used Logos, but he would be potentially good for later. We've used Surfer. She's fun to try, but maybe I switch out for her. Yeah, let's switch Surfer out just to try her. Where are you? Where are you? 5 stars. There you go. Okay, and do I have enough stuff? Let's put her to 50. Confirm.
How
that
very
works.
educational. I've learned something new today.
Okay, and confirm.
A spot
There we go.
of research. How wonderful.
All right.
I'll keep safety in mind.
Something funny with my chart. Every Arknights class has at least 2 favorite ops, except Guard. Why not? What, is it just Lapland then? Is your favorite Guard? Built Xingshu, my condolences. Hey, I told you last time I was gonna build her. I gotta try her for the sake of the event. So, not skill 2, it's her lesser skill. I mean, I could build skill 1 as well, but I mean, I went with skill 2 because it seemed like it did more for me. I usually go with the later skills to use anyways. I'm just weird like that. So, what is the comparison? Let's see. Okay. Not what I wanted. All right, so attack speed plus 50 heals 1 additional target, and the targets of Xingshu's talent recover HP equal to 20% of the attack. Immediately performs a heal to all targets within range equal to 290% of the attack. What is her talent? Grants 10% sanctuary to 2 other allies within range. Deals arts damage. When skill is active, attacks instead restore the HP of allies. Heal amount is equal to 75% of attack. Immediately performs a heal. Heals 1 additional target. And the targets... interesting. We'll try both skills. We'll try both skills. I do have another chip. We can get that done and built. So let's do that. And then we'll try both. We'll see how it works out. So get her skill 1 mastered. Boom. Okay. All right. So we'll start off. We've got her skill 2 defaulted. So we'll use that in the next stage. And then we'll use skill 3 or skill 1. After that, we'll just take a look and see how they work. All right. Also, if I had chosen Lappy as my assistant, every time she'd say, here's a carnival costume, put it on, I'd say no. Oh, I'd wear it. I'm a cosplayer. Come on, I love to wear it. He doesn't know. I don't know, but I'm a derp, so. Love observers, but I couldn't live with that 75 SP cost. Excuse me. Don't use those operators, just kind of don't understand them at all. I mean, it's a learning experience, and that's why I'm going to use her to learn, to experiment, to test things. So that's what the fun of this is. I plan on doing a series here soon, guys, where I'm going to do a single operator at a time, and I'm going to start making like videos focused on the operators and deep dives into each one as best as I can. My knowledge isn't going to be as good as other people's, but we're still going to try. It's going to be a lot of fun. Alrighty. Let someone better take over? If Father heard that, I'm sure he'd be chewing your head off. Don't joke with me, brother. Of all us siblings, who could compare to you in either knowledge or strength? Once you ascend the throne and move into the Forbidden City, I can leave for the Sky Mirror Pavilion with peace of mind. I'll set up shop as a scribe and look after all Yan's ancient records. In a way, I'll also take some weight off of your shoulders. Brother, no more hesitating. At this point, only you can convince Father. The Grand Preceptor? No. All 3 Grand Ministers support this move. Even in the face of the officers of Yan's citizen, public opinion will still bear out. Brother, this is the right thing to do. You can't pull out now. I mean, he absolutely can pull out, but that is a different story. We're not going there. Moving on. I'll stand with you. Why me? Why did it have to be me? Our youngest brother died because of you. They all died because of you. You shove it all on me, make me take the blame alone, deal with the whole warring mess alone, and you just leave like nothing happened? Yan Wu, never return again. Weird. Fumizuki and Wei? Interesting to jump to them. Look how idle you are. All the mid-autumn festivities of Lungmen, and you don't plan to attend a single one. Should I? Who wants to see my wrinkly mug on their TV anyway? The Schweier's girl is the planner. She'll handle it. She can make anything lively. I've watched you grow lazier day after day since we came back from Human. You just coop up in your study at home eating snacks. If you don't go for a walk anytime soon, you might just start putting on a beer belly. Hey, he's just like me. Maybe I'll do a Wei cosplay someday. Let's go. I haven't seen Lin Kojui get out much since spring. I can't even find a partner for morning jogs now. He's old. I'm old. The young ones know how to do it all. If I keep sticking my head in, they won't think I'm cool. So now you understand, huh? If you'd realized any sooner, would little Chen have ever left? How long ago was it? Sorry, what? Little Chen. How long has it been since she left? 5 years. Holy shit, it's been 5 years since the Lungmen incident. Wow, that's interesting for timeline's sake. Which means Amiya should be ballpark 18, 19 at this point. A lot of our operators have grown older. Our younger ones are getting up there. Wow, that's interesting to think about. Wow. So that would mean that Blaze was around 35, like mid to late 30s, because she's supposed to be early 40s, if I'm thinking right, during this event. Intriguing. Very intriguing. Okay, moving on. We don't even know what she's going through out there, or how her disease is. I know she was at Human when I was there. She's doing fine. Her swordsmanship's progressed. So she's fine, I suppose.
So you just watched her leave again?
She doesn't want to see me, and she doesn't want to come back. I can't force her. Don't worry, her path's longer than ours. Ooh, the Shadow Guard. Lord Wei, a letter for you. That they made you deliver personally. It's from the capital.
The sender?
His Majesty's Imperial Guard.
Did he have any message aside from the letter?
The true Lung invites Lord Wei to the capital for the Feast of 100 Delicacies, and for a moon viewing together. Leave the letter on my desk. You're dismissed for now. If we may ask what Lord Wei intends. I have my own plans. None of you need to worry now. Lord Wei, we volunteered to escort you to the capital. I said you're dismissed.
Why don't we open up your invitation and see what they wrote exactly?
No need, just leave it there. This day was meant to come. I even thought it would come a little sooner.
How many years has it been?
40. It's been 40 whole years since I left Baizhou. Humans should have reached the capital by now. I suppose my brother's settling all his old debts in one clean go. A clean slate in time for autumn. A fine autumn at that.
You can choose not to go. It's been 40 years already. What's he going to do? Send another unit of Imperial Guards? A whole army?
Enough nonsense. At this point, that's not what he intends.
Then what does he intend?
You know, I never really brought up those days with him before.
Enough, I don't want to hear it.
Fumizuki, I left down a lot of people throughout my life. Edward, my sister, my teacher. And I have to admit that my brothers turned out to be more than one more on the pile.
You can also say that it was the position that killed so many people.
And who had a choice?
And it wasn't your fault. Even if you'd stayed, would things have turned out better? Would there be no blood? Nobody would have remembered a minister pleading the commoner's case. They would only remember a regicidal, fratricidal prince.
Interesting to think of. We'll catch up with chat here in a moment once we're done with this story bit.
If you have questions, ask. I'm in a hurry. Mind your attitude. You're also a theoretical suspect in our crime scene. But seeing as you're a co-worker, I'll spare you the interrogation room. I told you, I saw the culprit on... Saw the culprit on the scene. I just miscalculated and failed to arrest him. Calm down. Are you going to physically vent on me just because you didn't catch the one who did it? I'd have to match your strength first. Good. You're still somewhat sober. In light of the years we've spent together in the judicial, then, can you tell me, this afternoon, why were you at Dingfeng Lo at the scene of the crime? An investigation. In the run-up to the Feast of 100 Delicacies, we've had that scrollery be burned, then 2 fires at Dingfeng Lo. Don't you think this string of cases would be connected somehow? So you're saying you knew beforehand that someone would set fire to Dingfeng Lo today, and thus you were lying in wait for them? I was just there following up a lead. Just there following up a lead? Do you need me to list off every action you've taken the last few days? You've been tailing me? I don't have that sort of free time, but I have ways of knowing these things, naturally. Let me ask once more. Who were you meeting at Dingfeng Lo today? I fear I'm not the only one working on the sly. Explain. For your information, you never told me the Ministry of Rights files on Guquan were forged, and that he was sent to death row before leaving Baizhou. As a minister, you must have known these things. These are all clearly key points of evidence. Why were they nowhere to be found in the Judicial Review Office archives, and why would you cover up? So this is the lead on the Scrolly fire that you've been toiling over the last few days. How did you find any of this out? It's none of your concern how I found out. There's a piece of advice I gave to Yu Cheng in the past, and I will give it to you now. Some past affairs are learned of, some are not learned of. In both cases, there are reasons why. Some things are best left forgotten by all. I never imagined I'd hear those words come from a minister. You may consider me a schemer all you like. A minister merely booted over from the Ministry of Justice. But I know exactly what I'm saying. And I know that regardless of the thousands of reasons you might have, the truth is still and merely the truth. Not anyone's tool to broaden the divide. There will always be someone who remembers the truth and the meaning behind it. For example, that girl shut in the next room, whom you took every pain to secretly bring back to Baizhou, all the way from Victoria. Yes, I did uncover that Guquan had a daughter in Victoria. She too can provide vital testimony in the Guquan case. Lin Xinyan, when will you stop playing dumb? You've already found out that the Guquan files are fake. You know Yu Cheng is on the trail of that very case. So I'm guessing you've also found out about the child who the Imperial Guard brought back 40 years ago, who they recovered in the files as deceased. You have your suspicions as to the truth of this case, correct? Was that girl you brought back here born in Victoria or born in Baizhou? You know full well. You clearly long suspected her identity, and still, you decided to bring her back. Were you that confident you could pull this off without a hitch? Or was it that, in pursuit of the truth, you didn't even care if she lived or died? You're threatening me. You think I'm joking? Lin Xingyan's gaze fixes tight on the minister's notes. She doesn't even notice how her own attire is soaked through in cold sweat. But in the next instant, with a bizarre warping of light, the paper in her hands vanishes. But back on topic, that's not what I care about. At least right now, it's not what I care about most. I've told you, past affairs are never as important as present. So what are these present affairs of yours? You know that Yumen is less than 100 li from Baizhou right now. For 3 months, Baizhou has been preparing to split up and move. And how does this relate to the Guquan case? Should you keep investigating this case, then there will only be one person in all of Yan who can give you your answers. Jingyan, take one step out of this door and I can no longer protect you, let alone her. Now we're back with Wei and Fumizuki. At the Chen's old place in the study, there's a secret closet. After I leave, go there and take what's inside. Follow those instructions and you can protect Lungman's safety and your own. So you're going? Now's the perfect time to. Kojui's girl is doing a great job handling the downtown, and the Schweier's future doesn't rest on the sick old tiger anymore. Lungman doesn't need a Wei Yanwu anymore, or a chief executive. I think you're giving your last words a little too early. This is about Lungman's future. Fumizuki, listen to me. I've made a lot of mistakes, done a lot of things I regret, but Lungman, our city built by us, a home to millions, Lungman must stay. Then you stay too and take care of it. Youngsters can handle it all, but it still needs some oldies to look after it. You see this letter too. How am I meant to ignore this? So once again, you'll just roll over and die, just like last time you'd pay with your life. Is that how you're envisioning it? Does that make anything even? It's different this time. There's no one standing on the other side. I'm just facing my own debts. I made a choice 40 years ago, and ever since, with every action I take, I try to convince myself that even knowing how many people I've failed, I was still right to make that choice. But I can't run forever. You know, your life's never been yours alone. Not then, and certainly not now. Forget about sacrificing yourself to make up for anything. You can't make up for a mistake with another mistake. It never ends that way. At our age, we should have already learned that lesson well. Stay. We'll face this together. Fumizuki, don't try and stop me. You cannot stop me. Paying for my past. Well then, you leave me no other choice. While I'm stood here, you're not going anywhere. Ooh, she laying down the law. She says nope. Sorry, hubby. You stay right here or I'm kicking your ass. Yanwu, this time I'll protect you. I swear it. She's like, nope. You're staying. Wifey has final say in everything. Sorry, what? Hi, Blaze. Lacey. You're all right. Of course I'm all right. All that judicial lady asked was what I saw during the fire, and I just told the truth. I didn't see anything. So then she let me go. The heck did you do? How come you took so long? It's no matter now. Let's go. Wait. Go, why? That Mobufu clearly still has tons of answers. Aren't we gonna follow up with him? There's nothing to follow up on. Pardon? I'm not meddling with your father's case anymore. I'll get you out of Baijiao in the next day or two. Lin Qingyan, that's one stupid joke to tell me. To tell me now, you know that? No, wait. You just found a new lead, didn't you? That's why you're just screwing with me. Okay, now, for real, tell me what you found or... Please. I got the official debriefing from the judicial case files. Guquan, an ethnic Yanese from Victoria, joined the Ministry of Rights in 1077 as a ceremonial officer. Reassigned as envoy of ceremonial rights in 1092, headed for Victoria as part of a diplomatic mission. On the way, encountered an unexpected snowstorm and passed away after falling into a river. What? Lacey, you're lying to me, aren't you? Just trying to shove me out of the picture again? You've been asking me just what the deal was with your father's death, haven't you? Well, every lead's been thoroughly investigated. There's no doubt. That's it. It was just an accident. All the gaps in the files have been made replete. This case can be closed. That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem likely. Come on, can't give up now. In creeps the mid-autumn. The night sky is moonless. Out in the streets, the energy poles churn away at max output, but the drop in temperature is still noticeable to some. All falls still in the dead of night. The human sea recedes, the biting breeze blows through. Achoo! If you're that cold, just turn on the heater. Easy for you to say. If we're going to keep running this shabby little eatery, we have to pinch every penny we can on warmth. Damn it, look how late it is. When will Blaze and her friends show up? You're wondering about that reward money, huh? I'm not. Achoo! Is this window letting air in? I need to fix it later. Wait, are they back? Nope, it's Mo. You're... What? Am I not allowed in? Please, come inside. I'll put on some tea for you now. Anything to eat? Noodles. Longevity noodles. Right, I'll make you some now. One's made by your boss. Well... Jiang glances back at the staircase where the young chef had been standing. By now, he's vanished without a trace. He's out on business. Then I'll wait for him here. Far, far out. He won't be back for a fortnight. Fortnight! Let's go! Fortnight mention! I'm kidding. Totally kidding. But still, that does add cadence to me wanting to continue working on my Fortnite Arknights crossover fanfic stuff, because I'm a dork like that and I do stupid things. Moving on though. And I'll still wait. I've waited 30 years, so long that I'm shriveled up. It's a little longer. Chef Mo, please don't joke around now. You're the first under heaven when it comes to cooking. Could be worth wasting your time here. My day. First under whose heaven? Mobufu downs his teacup in one go. The hot tea spills from the corners of his mouth and drips down his wizened white beard. I remember clearly. That winter 30 years ago, a catastrophe wrecked my home village. Those of us lucky enough to survive took off. Me with nothing but my cooking skills. We thought, let's scrape by in Baijiao. We went through hell. We were almost there when we ran into another group of refugees, or maybe a bandit gang. I'm not sure. They followed us for a long way across that icy waste, weapons in hand. We began to realize that they were after the remaining supplies and rations we had left. By the time we'd been trekking for a month, plenty of us were sick or hurt. We had barely scraps left to eat, far from enough for both sides to cross that wasteland. There was no escape, so we decided we may as well risk it all with them. However, when we were just about to go out fighting, we smelt something delicious. That's when we saw him. AKA you? Ah! There he is. There was an old temple not far away from where we were. Someone had set up a stove by the gateway, boiling up a wok of noodles.
I couldn't see his face properly through all the steam. We had no clue why someone would be making noodles there, but we were past the point of wondering, of asking, even of fighting. That wonderful smell and those piping hot noodles drew us all near the wok, and we waited around him quietly. Never before had I eaten something so delicious. The moment those noodles entered my mouth, I felt like my tongue had been numb for decades, only to bring back to life right then and there. Spring back. All along, I never knew that a meal could taste so arresting, so absorbing. It felt like a flavor beyond us humans. By the time I finished my noodles and looked up from my bowl, he was gone. Quite a connection. Who knew that in my lifetime, studying as a cook, the most profound lesson I'd learned would be in a shack of a temple outside Baijiao City. From then on, I apprenticed all over, so that one day I might make a bowl of noodles like those. That is quite an interesting connection between them. So he's almost been chasing you, in a sense, in terms of cooking skill and things, even though he runs the premier restaurant within Baijiao. That's cool. Fun. But I couldn't. In the end, I just can't.
You know, what if you're misremembering? I mean, look, you were starving at the time. Maybe that's why you found that bowl of noodles so tasty.
Do not trust my tongue. 30 years a bowl of noodles has burned into my mind. 30 years I've been searching for it. If whoever that was is still in Baijiao, he must be over 50 by now. I searched all over this city. The well-known tea maker in the north, nothing. The guy who made the best pastries in the south, still nothing. I searched and searched until my fellow oldies in cooking retired, and only I was left. I was on the verge of giving up. But today, once more, I tasted it. I don't know why. Her cooking skills were immature, but the noodles she brought forth tasted exactly like it. It was your chef who taught her those noodles, am I right?
How do you know?
We sent out 100 written invitations for the Dingfeng Lo competition. I can recall every one. I've long been aware of your savers at Yu's had a reputation. I don't know what kind of relation your chef and that savior of mine had, and I have no clue why he's willing to waste his talents away like this. But I won't do the same. All the cooking skills I've inherited over the years, I can't let them end with me. Mobufu stands, produces a letter from his pocket, and places it on the table. You tell him this. That untrained disciple of his, she passes. Tell her to report to Dingfeng Lo 2 days later, before noon.
Huh? She just passes?
You get good enough business here. Did this doorstep sink again recently?
We haven't replaced it in over 10 years.
Low doorsteps can keep the wind out. It's getting colder in the coming days.
The boss won't let me. He says the lower the better. Too high and all the diners will stop coming.
Mobufu steps over that low doorstep and disappears into the thick of night. Once again, the restaurant is empty save for squalls of wind through the hall. Their whistle grows louder as if lamenting. And he's back.
Is he gone?
You really are...
I heard Blaze passed the test. Does that mean the prize money?
Forget about the prize money. What's wrong with you to torment a man like that? He's 70, 80 years old, and you'll just watch him freak out like that?
He just can't find an apprentice to fit him, right? What's to worry about? Look at me. I never worry about things like that. Put yourself in his shoes. He spent a lifetime honing his craft, just for it to be lost in a blink. Well, if it's lost, it's lost. It's his future reputation he cares about right now. It's the title of First Under Heaven he's carrying. It's others' cuisine he's obsessed with. There's no way he can focus on his own craft and improve it at this rate. If he can't make it through this, nobody can help him.
Oh, Blaze is back!
Look how late it is. I bet you haven't eaten. I'll go make you something right now. Yeah. Congrats! I've got good news for you. You passed the Dingfeng Lo exam. We'll split the reward money 70-30 like we agreed. Yeah. You don't care? If you're that good for money, how about leaving your 30% of... Huh? Xingshu didn't come back with you. Right. Where's Xingshu? Oh, she dropped in this afternoon while Jiang was out buying ingredients. She left you a note, too. Left me a note? You've passed the Dingfeng Lo chef selection. Please fall... Oh, whoops. Wrong one. It's this one. What could be so secret she has to leave it in a note for you? She's inviting me to her home. Ning Manor.
Okay. All right, let's catch up on chat here now that we've gotten through story bit. We've got 6, 7, 8, and 9 yet to do here. So, okay. Don't use those operators. They're there so you could sustain more damage. Quercus is one of the best healers, equal to the meta pure medics because of her 18% sanctuary and perma heal mode and faster attack interval. What are meta pure medics? No, I don't have Reed, Alter, or Calcit. Without taking talents into account, the difference between Quercus, Lumen, and Aya with their unlimited duration skills is around 20 HP per second. Aya, Alter, and Lumen pure medics, as in those who focus on healing. Okay, that makes sense. So not Reed or Calcit because they're DPS units as well. Actually, I have both of them. I plan to build Lumen at some point. My mains, though, are Myrrh and Silence. Silence is one of my first 5 stars, and Myrrh is a goober, and I love her. So funny enough, when I first used medics myself, the main one, like I started off, of course, with Ansel and Hibiscus, and, you know, kind of used them until I would get Telopsis. Then I focused on Telopsis on both accounts as my medic, and then when I got Calcit, then it was them. But then everything kind of changed up when I got Shu and Reed Alter. I don't use conventional medics. I use them. So it's interesting to have those options, and I want to build Ayafiala's Alter to have her ready just in case, you know, for different situations and as a backup unit and stuff like that, but I just haven't really done that. It's weird. I never used traditional healing in this game, and I don't know why that ever started with me, why that became a thing, but I think Shu kind of spearheaded that for me. Having the ability to heal, but also defend and attack and all that, you know, it's just kind of weird, interesting, but I don't know. I just am not a traditional medic user. But it's interesting to know what everybody else uses and how they formulate medics or abjures and different characters into their team. Don't use Aya though, because I don't have normal Aya. The kiddos and reserve ops are all adults now. Oh yeah, that makes sense with this 5-year jump between, you know, the point of the Lungmen, the Chernobyl Lungmen crisis, and now in this event. It's such a neat thing to think about. Last thing I need is Yenwu with a beer belly. I don't need to awaken to anything today. Thank you, Arknights. Oh yes, Wei Yenwu with a beer belly as a playable operator would be funny. Oh shit, my timeline's definitely all kinds of wonk, because despite me doing this event, I've not even gotten past Tallulah's battle technically. I haven't gotten past it on this account, but I know it's going to should be significantly easier for me with the team I have here compared to when I did it on my other account. That battle is just ridiculous, but it's a little hard to piece things together, so just let the game do it for me. When they eventually release the timeline update on our end, we'll have the timeline, and it'll be much easier for everybody to see and understand where the events take place and so on and so forth. I mean, there is kind of good resources online for things, and even like the Arknights GG wiki is pretty good for that. Then there's a couple other sites. I know the Ace Ship one was having issues and stuff for a while, but those are still kind of out there, and there's other websites that do have good resources for piecing together the timeline, but it's just kind of hard in-game. But once we eventually get that, it'll be much easier if you want to kind of piece together a timeline and not have to go through every event and write down dates and things like that, or hunt things down the line. Granted, on my end, blast me if I don't read the cutscenes, not anymore. I did make myself read Sir Kusano and Lap Alter's event because I love Tex and Lap too much, but otherwise I always skip them. I'm just the get to the gameplay kind of person. I mean, I understand that completely. To me, I treat it like reading a book. I like the story, but it really needs better pacing. Some parts, yeah, I can see that. But again, that is my thing. I treat it like reading a book. But the one trouble is when you get with some of these events, they try to pack too much in, and I think they could benefit from adding an extra stage or two and spreading the story out a little bit more. Adding an additional, you know, ST-3 and ST-4, because sometimes you get the initial story, story 2, and then story 3 is like your epilogue. So add in a story 4, you know, and spread it out just a little bit. Give more breathing room, you know. For as much as the scenes are, it does make it hard to read and to sit down and do in long periods of time. Or short periods of time, I should say. But I love the story way too much. I can't skip it. You know, I read it way too often. And there's times where I've actually gone back on my other account just sitting at work out of boredom and have to pop off work's Wi-Fi because of the fact that it's, you know, they block a lot of your game stuff on our Wi-Fi. But I'll hop off the Wi-Fi and I'll sit down and just read. I'll go back and read the story bits and stuff just for fun, just to enjoy it. I'm weird like that. I really enjoy the story a lot, and kind of makes me wish that there was, like, sure, we've got the anime now, but I kind of wish there was a novelization or a full manga of Arknights, so it would be really cool. But for me, the cutscenes take ages to read, and yeah, thus I got to get to the gameplay sentiment. Hey, you know what? I appreciate that you guys sit through this, and, you know, that you sit through and listen to me, you know, spew this stuff half the time and then still chat with me. So it's pretty cool. I'm glad that you guys put up with my poor narration and voice acting and stuff, but completely wonk because certain events or story parts are not completed. That's understandable. Vignettes or events are better. I can play the game first and then read the story, like Typhon's or Ray's event. I know what you're talking about, because you can play all the stages and then unlock the story and read them at your own pace. That makes sense. I get that. Plus, I cannot sit down and read shit for my life most times. Thanks, AU ADHD. Hey, I completely feel you and understand you there. The only difference with me on that regard and my stuff is sometimes that kind of triggers me to hyperfixate on things and hyperfixate on reading and things and getting too in-depth in it. It's weird. There's times where I just don't want to read. I don't want to be involved or bothered at all with things. Even like when it's we do like stupid trainings and stuff at work, and sometimes I'll sit down and read those things. Other times it's like, I already know this, I don't want to do it, or I just get so bored and I know a lot of it's common sense, so I can't bother. But then things like this that I'm really interested in, it makes me hyperfixate on it and dive into it. That's why I'm very stupid when it comes to Resident Evil lore as well, because that series I dove so deep into. I've read all the books, I've played almost all the games, minus a couple of very, very obscure side games and stuff like that. I've seen all the movies. I've just have so much dumb banked knowledge about that franchise in my head, because I can hyperfixate on that and reading the notes and all the in-game stuff and all the external stuff, the encyclopedia type books that they've released for it, just to learn more. I'm so stupid with that. I don't understand why, but I tend to get fixated and I learn too much. Dumb knowledge, useless knowledge in a sense. All right, OR-6, Braised Wax Gourd Cube. Why does that make me think of spaghetti squash for some reason? You came. Of course I did. That's what you do when the Nings invite you.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide anything from you. I just don't really think it's something I should bring up for no reason.
Wait a second. When we had that flashback before, and the old man that lives here was taking care of the baby, was that her? That's why she's here. So she was the one that was brought back to the old man, and Blaze was the one that left with the others to Victoria. That's how they ended up separate. Wait a second. That's weird. I'm piecing things together. Don't ask me about Kingdom Hearts or Elder Scrolls lore. Let's talk about Kingdom Hearts lore. No, I'm kidding. That is one I'm still learning. Maybe we'll play that for the channel someday. Kingdom Hearts, I've started so many times, the original game, and I've never finished it. I've gotten through so much, and I've never quite finished it. The one that I've beaten the most of, though, is 358 over 2 days on the original DS. I think that's how you say it, whatever. But that one was a ton of fun. That was actually the first one I bought, getting into the series, trying to learn it, because I didn't have the others at the time. But I bought that kind of in a way, like I wanted to get into Kingdom Hearts and see what it was like, and I was playing my DS a lot at the time. So I bought that one, but then it was also partially because I had a friend that was really into it, that wanted to play that game, so I kind of bought it. Not so much to be a jerk or anything, but to be able to say, like, hey, I got it, check it out, let's play together, to, you know, but whatever. Moving on, though. That is a interesting but convoluted story from my understanding. So I do have the Dream Drop Distance for 3DS as well, but I didn't play a lot of that. I think I was only towards like the boss fight in the Tron world. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide anything from you. I just don't really think it's something I should bring up for no reason. Nothing to apologize for. You've got your troubles. I'm not the kind to give you the stink eye just for being blue-blooded. So, what do I call you, Lady of House Ning? My name is Ning Yin. I'm not actually part of House Ning. I was adopted by grandfather as a child. He always introduced me as a distant relative of the Nings, but I've never met any relative who actually shares blood with me. Do you remember what I told you before? Look, I'm pretty bad at comforting people. No, it's okay. Grandfather's very nice to me, and my background has never caused me any trouble at all. Everyone treats me very well. Your grandpa would be Ning Shu, ex-minister of rights? Yes. Perfect, I know. It's getting chilly. Don't just stand out there. Let's go inside and talk, okay? Sure, I guess.
Elder Scrolls is another one, though. I have not gotten into that series yet, so I'm way behind on it. The corridor meanders on through a rock garden and a bamboo thicket. Then between the two halves of a lotus pond. A cool breeze brushes through. The autumn waters softly ripple, and in them, Blaze's reflection follows behind Ning Yin's as they pace across the bridge. The two pass through a deserted room, packed up belongings, and dead leaves strewn everywhere. The courtyard is messy, I know. Not presentable to guests at the very least. I apologize. The whole family's moving out of here soon. Grandfather can't take Baizao's dry climate in his old age. We're planning to move back to the old place in Jiangnan. Though Ning Yin's pace is glacial, she can only hurry up once she notices her friend in no mood to appreciate the scenery. Up ahead, we're almost there. Take a seat. I'll fetch some tea and refreshments from the kitchen. Our house cooks are all on leave, so I can't serve you much more than some cold sides. No need to bother. I can't stick around long. Are things that urgent? Well, all right. Ning softly closes the door. The chirps of fowl outside fade. The room grows heavier with silence. All right. Tell me why you invited me here. I'm sorry. I was going to look for you yesterday. Actually,
after the fire at Dingfeng Lo. But I overheard your conversation with the Deputy Minister of Judicial Review Office and Chef Mo. And, Blaze, I might have met your father before.
Blaze, I am your sister. No, that's impossible! Sorry.
When I was 15 years old, I remember we had a visitor. Grandfather was always busy with work. His apprentices and co-workers were coming and going in the estate, none of my business, by and large. Slowly, I realized an extra person had moved in, wearing blue, low-ranking mandarin's robes. Every time I saw him, he was alone, as if other people just weren't his concern. At first, I didn't really pay attention. It was later that year, on my birthday, when... Like every other year, Grandfather would hold this great big birthday dinner for me, with lights and banners strung up everywhere and friends and family all around. Not that I knew more than a handful of them. They were chatting the day away, and about what I had no clue. So eventually I sneaked out of the dinner and nobody noticed when I did. I wandered around the courtyard for ages, bored out of my mind, then scampered into Grandfather's study on a whim. It was in there where I saw the man again. I remember I saw him stuffing his pockets with letter papers and brushes. When he noticed me, his face stretched with nervousness, and he pulled the brush and paper back out again in a rush. Are you... It's not what it looks like. I needed to finish copying some letters, so I was going to take them home. The High Minister is sending these to very important mandarins, so I was just worried if the paper wasn't good enough. It's okay. It's just brushes and paper. You're welcome to make use of it, sir.
Thank you, little lady.
What's your name?
My name is Guquan. I'm a transcriber for your estate. I copy and file the estate correspondence.
I'm Ning.
Miss Ning, of course, I know you.
Then now we know each other. Sir, I want to read in here for a bit. I won't interrupt you while you work. Is that okay?
Of course. Feel free, Miss Ning. Miss Ning, are you into these history books?
Grandfather always says one should view history as a mirror. We must use it to study our ancestors' wisdom and character, and learn from their teachings. But I think reading's just fun. It's like all these amazing people recorded in the texts are coming to life before me, and they're all my friends. I think someday it might be nice to join the Imperial Historical Cabinet as a historian myself.
You've got quite a unique outlook, Miss Ning. If you're interested in following in the High Minister's family footsteps, I'm sure you'd do well.
You think Grandfather's really cool too, then?
Of course. Minister Ning's been helming the Ministry of Rights for decades. He has plenty of deeds to his name. He's the Mandarin everybody loves.
Everyone in his family is so cool. My uncle and aunt are always away from Baizhou, traveling all over the country. I hear Yan couldn't have set up the meteorological and earthquake systems it has today without them. And Sichu, my little sister, she's even cooler. She's 2 years younger than me, but at the last Baizhou Academy study camp, all the professors from the College of Foreign Affairs were praising her. Everyone was teasing her by calling her Little Miss Minister. All the people in my family are going to leave their names in the history books. I love them and respect them a lot. I want to record who they are and everything they do, but I could never become like them. Compared to them, I'm just normal.
You know, that reminds me of something my master once said to me. As history has ebbed and flowed, the floods and tides are recorded, yet most are streams that simply trickle on by. But without the babbling brook, how would the waves arise? The waves and brooks don't care about who's greater or who's plainer. Indeed, the vast majority will never get to leave their names in the history annals. But they're not the empty space between the lines. They're the pages themselves.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I talked your ear off there.
Sir, your handwriting is really beautiful.
Oh, well, it's my only skill, really. I can still remember when the High Minister gave me this transcriber job.
I can never write my name properly. Grandfather's gotten on my case about it more times than I can remember.
Handwriting is a long road. Just keep at it and you'll see change eventually.
Maybe you could be my calligraphy teacher then.
I would never pose as your teacher with my modest brushwork, miss. But, right, I have 2 copybooks here. I copy from them all the time myself. The forms are very regular. It's perfect for beginners. If you don't mind, Miss Ning, you can have these as your birthday present.
How did you know my birthday's today?
Well, they decorate the estate so brightly this time every year, you see. I've spent long enough here that I've heard. Miss Ning,
Happy birthday. Thank you. That conversation always stayed with me. I liked how he talked and how he saw things. And I don't know why, I can't really say, but he felt so close to me in a way. But after that, I saw him much less around the estate. Next time I got to talk to him, it was years and years later. Grandfather's cold has lasted for a month by now. It's still not getting any better. Now it's almost winter. It might only get worse at this rate. We'll be counting on you for the next while, Doctor.
The High Minister's malady is mostly from overwork. Malady? Interesting. You could remind him to rest more often, my lady.
I will.
I'm sorry. I apologize for running into you, miss. Very, very sorry.
It's all right, sir. Are you okay? Why don't you sit down and rest for a while? You really look quite ill.
I'm fine.
Sir, you dropped your... Sir? Are these painkillers?
Strong painkillers at that. Whoever that was, he must be quite badly ill.
Doctor, if you're free, could I ask you to attend to that man too? You can bill his medical expenses to me. I was worried about grandfather's condition at the time and didn't pay that encounter much mind. I was just planning to pay him a visit later at some point, when I had the time. But after that winter, I never saw him again.
So that must have been around the time he died.
Doctor, thank you so much for all your work. Grandfather's back in perfect health now. Right, and about the man I asked you to attend to.
Oh, you mean that Gu Quan man? He died.
Was it his illness?
No, I hear some kind of accident took him while he was on his way to Victoria. But given his health, I can't imagine he'd have lived much longer even then. Truth is, last I met him, his malady had taken root in his vitals. I could hear it in his breathing. I can't imagine how much he was suffering in life. And it's a mystery to me why he'd decide to travel so far while that sick.
This very room, it was the study Sir Gu Quan was using. It's been 10 years since he passed away. The place has gone through some changes in that time. But this, I couldn't tell you why, but I kept hold of this medicine bottle ever since. Please, I really am so sorry. No, my dad was nothing like that. I don't think he was ever that fighting fit, but he was never weak. Whenever I was with him, he always had this light in his eyes. How could... Even now, I'm not sure I understand Sir Gu Quan, but I know he was a warm, gentle person. I could tell. I blame myself over and over for not being able to do anything more for him. Why are you bothering to tell me all this? I know you suspect that my grandfather was somehow behind your father's passing. At the point, I can only tell you what I know, but you told me all of this just to try and convince me Ning Shu is innocent? No, I just wanted to implore you. Please, find out the truth. Whether for Sir Gu Quan's sake, or for the sake of the truth itself. Whatever that truth even is. Are you? You don't have to tell me twice. I am gonna get to the bottom of this.
The thing that's strange is how there was always this mystery behind Blaze's family. Always this mysterious thing where she wouldn't talk about the past, and it was in like the records and things before, where she wasn't revealing much about her past and about her family, and nobody really knew. And there was this like weird thing before about her father possibly being a serial killer or something. And I remember seeing descriptions from other people and lore stuff talking about how he may have been this like Jack the Ripper-esque type of character, but this completely turns that entire theory and all the wording and stuff about that upside down, and just completely destroys that whole theory and that whole process. And I don't remember exactly where I saw all that at one point. That was early on to me getting into the game and learning about Blaze and her character and stuff. But that's such a interesting change from the initial theories and assumptions to where things actually are and the truth about her father and how he was. He didn't seem like any kind of a bad man or bad person at all. But her family was just left up to mystery for so long, her background, her roots. And now we're finally exploring that in a sense. But it's still, we still haven't quite solved it yet. We've got more to go from this point, obviously. This is only, part 6 of this event. Still, quite an interesting change from the original thought process and idea behind what her family could be like. Oh boy, Recruit just gave me a waifu. That's another 13 goldies for me. Oh my. Waifu. I haven't gotten her out of Recruit. I have her. Can't remember how I got her. I think it was one of the selector things, like where you could either a 5-star selector, or it was one of the banners. It may have been the blue banner where you could pick your 5 stars and stuff, and that's how I got her. But yeah. What first struck Lin Qingyan about the Judicial Review Office was the solemn hush. The first time she ever set foot through this courtroom's door, all noise promptly vanished behind her. She remembers Yu Cheng telling her why it was designed so. Silence begets peace. Peace begets thought. Thought begets results. Shouldn't the Judicial Review Office be drowning in work top to bottom? And yet, you've got the office all to yourself, Deputy Minister Lin. Jiezhen, what are you here for? Since our routine investigation, there are some issues we'd like to consult you on regarding the Yu Cheng case. Nice people can do bad things. That is very, very true. That is very true. I mean, when you think about it, in the circumstances of reality and in stories like this, it is very true. Nice people can do bad things. I don't know. Things don't quite seem 100% right here, and there's a lot of backtracking on stuff and censorship and things being hidden by the officials as well as people surrounding the event. Whatever happened to Gu Quan? So this is very neat how the mystery is unraveling, but it's not following the typical format of some of the stories either, where it's like we've got all these plot threads in all these different directions and everything kind of comes in at the end. No, this is like continually building and rolling upon things, but then occasionally stepping back and then more coming forward. It's all centered around this one thing, so it's kind of weird. I think I got waifu from recruitment. Hey, she's cool to have. I like waifu. I haven't really utilized her yet on this account, but she's a nice one to have, to add to the crew. Consultation or investigation, which is it? Deputy Minister Lin, after working together for years, I implicitly trust you on a personal level. But the Department of Discipline and Supervision has a lot riding on this case. We have to go through the motions, Lin, if you'll pardon me. Just ask what you need to. Name: Lin Qingyan. Gender: female. Let's skip the basic info for now. For the next few questions, you don't need to elaborate on your answers, just respond yes or no. Are you grilling me? Everything you say from here on will be recorded. I'm worried what you say could fly against you. If you have no further questions, let's begin. Deputy Minister Lin, you passed Tianchi Bureau assessments in childhood and were exceptionally admitted per your outstanding grades and followed the esteemed Science Storm Count in learning your Lei Fa.
After graduating from the Tianqi bureaus, you chose to join the Judicial Review Office and soon accompanied then Deputy Minister Yu Cheng in investigations all across the realm. In just a year from Registrar, you rose several ranks to become the youngest Deputy Minister in the history of Yan. Is this background as stated true? Yes. In your third month with the Judicial Review Office as Registrar, you handed in a whistleblower report to Discipline and Supervision. It accused the Right Assistant Revenue Minister of embezzlement and extortion, and you recovered 10 million in stolen assets. In your fifth month in Shanghai, you essentially single-handedly shone light on the local academy's examination fraud. Over 100 mandarins were implicated in this, the highest of which was a second rank. All were eventually rounded up. Upon becoming Deputy Minister, you handled the case of former Judicial Review Office Deputy Minister Yu Cheng, forging evidence, causing him to be expelled from the office's Howron Pavilion, with all status stripped from him thereafter. Are these case histories as stated true? Yes. With an academic background like this, surely everyone lauds you as a young up-and-comer blessed to the gills with talent. And yet people can't help but wonder what gives such a green-hand mandarin the courage, the capacity to handle these cases. Can you get to the point? If I'm remembering right, your good mother and father were Tianxi's at the Chamber of Heaven's Designs, spending years building much in the north, even being vested personally by the true Lung. The Lin family's a well-bred one. Many Tianxi giants in its line, and on top of that, rumor has it they're quite closely knit with the Lord Exorcist's household. As for the Science Storm Count, I think even the rank fails to sufficiently capture your Shifu's importance to Great Yan. Are these relationships as stated true? Jieshan, what are you doing? You need only answer yes or no, Deputy Minister Lin. Don't think I'm deaf to your connotations. You're trying to say it was only by leaning on my background that I could take on judicial cases all these years. I certainly didn't say that at any point. Having known each other for years, I would never doubt your integrity. The Lin Qingyan, in my mind's eye, has always been a pursuer of justice. But why, Lin, do you not pursue now? Jiezhen, just why did you come to see me today? How much do you really know about the Yu Cheng affair? As I just said, I'm here to see you today on routine business. As for the Yu Cheng case, what I heard in the courtroom that day is all I know. What makes you so dead set on the case, Censor Jiezhen? Before you decided to investigate it, I remember we actually had an argument. I'm going to speak out of line here. The whole stripping of his rank aside, I really do respect people like Yu Cheng. Now of all times, you're going to defend him again? If a law enforcer does not themselves abide by the law, that's abuse of power. That goes for every last member of the three organs of justice. What kind of double standard could you possibly be applying here? Oh no, the Judicial Review Office's verdict is settled on Yu Cheng's mistake. I have little more to say there. I'm just very curious. What kind of truth could have pushed him to such means to find it? You must be more familiar with Yu Cheng than me. In your opinion, was he a smart man? Naturally, when it comes to sniffing out lies or chasing down leads, I'm no match for him. Then did you ever wonder if, supposing Yu Cheng truly intended to cover up his own forgery, you should have been able to make such short work of the case? You're telling me he let me find him out on purpose. What for? That I don't know. But he put you in charge of the Scrollery fire case. To an outsider, I don't think I could say that Yu Cheng had no faith in you. You've been all over Baijiao the past few days investigating that case. I know that. I've heard as much. And yet since yesterday, you've been loitering in the Judicial Review Office, acting like you've been grounded. I can't help being curious. What made you go and give up on pursuing the case? Are you afraid of offending the high and mighty? No, that's not like the Lin Qingyan I know. Did someone lofty crack down on you? Can't be, I think. You're sitting here in the office, after all, not in a judicial prison cell. If not that, then all my pondering can only produce one answer. You're scared that if you continue, you'll implicate someone you know. Seems I guess right. In the thick of things, your concern clouds your judgment. It's like you've forgotten the simplest of truths. Don't miss the forest for the trees. If you can't hide it, you may as well tip it out now. Tip it out. Show it some sunlight. Mr. Censor, you've really served up a lesson for me today. Not at all. I think the hush of this office must have helped you figure out plenty by yourself. I know what I must do. Madam, I went to ask Deputy Minister Lin if she wanted anything to eat, since I saw she hadn't left the office all day, but she... When did she go missing? I don't know. Nobody's seen her at all. A biting chill gusts through, the stiff breeze curling papers and sending them dancing madly through the air. A wide-open window clatters against its wall. On the table beneath it, a ceremonial gown lies neatly folded and topped with a document, pressed down and placed by an inkstone. Oh, she quit? It is Ling Qinyan's written resignation. Ha! She quit. She said, nope, I'm done with this. I'm gonna finish what I started. Good for her. Watching his blaze vanish as far into the distance, Ningxu clutches the door knocker. The vague dark point vanishes over the crest of the path, but her stare remains fixed there, lingering for the longest time. Ah, this is the old man. What are you spacing out at the door for? Grandfather. Here we go. Stage time. Lacey quit. She gave up her position there at the ministry. So she said,
Let's
nope,
go.
I'm done. All right.
Surrender now, and I can still turn down the
Okay.
heat.
So, let's see how this
There's much
works.
to be recorded.
Illusion and intimidation are my tactics too.
Oh,
I've got an idea enough, Ling. Only nightmares come with me.
okay. Pookie. Yeah. Yeah, let's put her there.
A humble scholar's duty is all I claim.
Okay, and we're gonna put
Way
Texas
of life
here.
that leads not to shame.
Ooh, sated, more likely to be attacked.
Got it. You can't stop me.
Air's burning my lungs. Temps further. You ran it.
Okay, this isn't working out too well up top.
My blood
But-
is boiling.
It's all good.
Need speed to succeed.
No need to cover up, not Ling. Only
How did the rest go?
Okay.
What affect my flames?
so long as you're here, have some positivity.
Done.
Moving to
Okay, we can pull her.
Quickly, no sooner a low.
Go, Pookie.
I knew who you were right away.
There we go. Woohoo! Bye. Let's go. Put shoe out.
A word I've not heard.
Now we've got a solid wall of stuff here.
Got it. You can't stop me.
Okay.
I wasn't
So we're already at 16 of 21.
To the soil to grow anew.
Heals one additional target. So this covers almost everybody there.
And pen may never rest. My stack of papers put to peace.
Alright, so those aren't counted towards this. Here, let's use that.
Awaiting order.
Alright, so we're full on our DP there.
I've got an idea enough to you. Only
Okay,
nightmares
Blaze,
come with me.
activate. Calm down.
How did the rest go? Who cares? What affect my
Still misbehaving?
Alright, send him out again. Go, Pookie. Done. Interesting. Not a bad stage, but I didn't find a whole lot of use for Xingshu. So. Your friend left so soon. She won't even stay for dinner. She had urgent business. She couldn't stay. Even as a child, you never brought friends over. Here, I thought I could drop in and see what she's like. I don't even know if we even count as friends, really. Seeing the dejected. Well, I can't read! Seeing the dejected Nian, the old man tries to think of something to say, but can't. He simply reaches over and brushes a leaf off her shoulder. Almost time to move. Plenty of things still on your plate, eh? What about you, grandfather? For days I was all raring to go home. Now that we're about to, I look around at our little garden and I think, oh, if only I could stay. Do you remember? It was here in this pavilion we laid out some sand and grabbed a stick, and I taught you how to write one stroke at a time. You said by next year you'd be writing all the estate couplets for us. Then you spent 2 months with me learning, and after that you had to give up. But by next year you really did write me a couplet. Bountiful blooms and a full moon, may joy last forever.
I am surprised you still remember, Grandfather.
How could I forget? Another year, another mid-autumn. How quickly the days pass. The two of us haven't chewed the fat like this in the longest, have we? Grandfather to granddaughter.
I've been out constantly, and you're always occupied with guests. We hardly have the chance to meet.
The whole family's leaving the capital after all. Quite the headache. But things will settle down once we're back in Langyi, and we'll have plenty of time to chat along the way. Are you almost done writing that book of yours?
Grandfather, I don't think I can go back to Langyi with you.
When did you make up your mind? Nian shakes her head softly. She falls back a few steps.
You're returning home, Grandfather. Like a leaf returns to its root. It's human nature. The whole family sympathizes, but the journey is meandering enough to make us worried. The Nings are bursting with talent. Everyone's work forms a cornerstone of Yan. Compared to them, I really am the lone choice to accompany you back. But frankly, I was always a distant orphan from Langyi anyway. It was because you took such pity on me that I could spend these decades at the Ning Manor. If I go now to Langyi, I go back to where my long-gone parents once lived.
That was your thinking when you asked to accompany me home.
Grandfather, that was my thinking. It all seemed to fall into place. I almost managed to convince myself. But I've spent the last few days on a farewell tour of sorts around Baixiao's streets, so I can finish up the Baixiao cuisine and food culture somehow. And I realized all my memories are of this city. I can clearly recall what year we planted the persimmon tree in the courtyard, and when its fruits make for the best wine. And every restaurant of every road and alley, and what their chefs are like, and how many different ways you can cook each dish. All of a sudden, it hit me that this very city, more so than the Ning Manor, feels like my home.
That's on me. That's on me for not asking how you feel. I've been nothing but me this whole time.
Grandfather, you're my one and only family. You've always been since I was little. I really did want to go back home with you at first, but the reason I'm set on staying in Baixiao now is you as well, Grandfather.
Is it?
Mm-hmm. When I first joined the Imperial Historical Cabinet to compile annals, there was one thing I could never puzzle out. At some specific point in Yan's millennia of history, out of nowhere, the written word proliferated and education became for all. Even the earliest of the tablets we were studying only went back to that period. So I thought, in that period, someone must have pushed for those changes, but I flipped through practically all the material we had and I couldn't find a single clue. I had this strange feeling that there in Yan's history, one person seemed to be missing. And one day I met someone strange at a Go Club who told me the story of that person.
Go! That is a fun game. I still don't completely understand it, and I'm not 100%, it's been a long time since I've played it. I'm not 100% up to speed on the rules and things like that, but I did buy a Go board one year on Amazon Prime Day. They had one on sale, and I think I paid like $8 for it, but it was a nice size board, and it's fun to play, fun to learn, but it's hard. And admittedly, the first time I wanted to play Go was because of the manga, Hikaru no Go. I haven't seen the anime for it, but I used to read the manga in Shonen Jump. But I honestly, I thought it was fun. I just don't play it enough to really have it remembered. I just kind of remember the basics of having to strategically place your pieces to capture territory and capture the other color pieces by surrounding them completely, something to that effect. But it's neat. Isn't it the same game as Wei Chi? I couldn't tell you that, to be honest. I really don't know. I don't know what Wei Qi is. I haven't heard of that, so maybe? You'd have to look that up to be sure.
I thought he was just a yarn-spinning storyteller at first, but as I further researched, I gradually found all his stories to be corroborated. According to him, she was a gentle person who gave her heart and soul, her blood and sweat to the well-being of the people. And she gave too much. But how could someone as good as her fail to leave her name in our annals? That was when I realized that a history book isn't a container, but a sieve. The stories that stay behind are few and far between.
Ain't that the truth? The amount of history that is forgotten about, or left to time and left for people alone to remember, but not put into the books. It's so strange to think about. And you also think about the fact that the knowledge from person to person always varies in reality, in a sense of everybody's history is different. Everybody has their own stories to tell, but not all stories become public. Not all stories become something that the world knows, that gets written in books. It's mentioned a few times in this event because it's a hobby of the second brother. I'll have to find out because, yeah, I remember reading the word. I know about it being the hobby. I just don't know. Just checked. Yes, it's the same game. Go is the Japanese name. Okay, that's cool. That's actually really cool to know. So I'll have to remember that. But yeah, I do have a Go board, but that's interesting. I know there's a few games like that where it's one name in China or other Asian territories, but it's a different name in Japan or Korea or whatever. Yeah, so it's kind of cool to see things like that. But
Grandfather, I want to record your story, but then I look back and it dawns on me that for all the years I've spent with you, I can't even write with any clarity about what kind of person you are.
Nian finally lifts her head and meets the old man's eyes. She waits for his reply, his answer to her unspoken question. She's waited for so long.
Who goes there?
Who goes where?
Thought I heard something. It's all the bizarre cases these days. Makes me feel like someone's going to barge in at any moment and wreak havoc.
This is the Judicial Review Office. What kind of miscreant would break in here? Quit jumping at ghosts. Guard duty's almost over, and then we can clock out and head home.
Just wait a second, then enter through the front. I see you're here to report a case, and then find a floor map on the way to the waiting room. The window in the waiting room yesterday faces north. The judicial entrance faces south. Behind is a high perimeter wall. Then Xingyan's office is third floor. Get out the window, climb up the sprinkler pipes, and no one should notice me. Tadame, or Tamade. Once I find her, I'm gonna sock her in the... Who's there?
It's Lightsy.
Lin Xingyan. Please. What are you doing? What are you here for? What am I here for? I'm here to get you back. Where'd your old court uniform go? I resigned. Then went back to the restaurant. Couldn't find you and worried you might be up to something stupid, so thank you for confirming that fear. Now let's find somewhere to talk.
Thank you for confirming that fear. Well, you know, such is life.
You're telling me that all those years Guquan was staying at the Ning Manor. But how did you find out? Never you mind that. Now can you tell me exactly what that means? Minister Ning's involvement in the Guquan case runs deeper than I ever thought. He was clearly hiding something in his previous testimony. I did suspect he was the perpetrator, but going by Mobufu's testimony, when Guquan was sent to death row in the fallout of the old case, Ning Shu was the one who got him out. Knowing that... he wouldn't have a motive to try and get him killed again. And the most key thing, I had no idea before that Yu Cheng had contact with Guquan so early on. Whatever's connecting this string of events, it's likely more complicated than anything I've imagined. See, I'm still curious. All those years ago, my dad came to Baijiao on his own. And what the hell for? Yes, that's the key question. Blaze has no clue about the 2 lives Guquan lived. If he was a fall guy in that incident, then why would he return to Baijiao a dozen years after the fact and plant himself in the middle of the maelstrom? Ningshu's position, Yu Cheng's scheme, we still can't draw an outline around any of these questions. How should I let Blaze know? Hey, you know I can tell that look on your face. Come on, what's our next move exactly? Blaze, about yesterday. Forget about it. I know you, it's my duty types get the urge to do a little weird stuff now and then. Not my circus, I'm not arguing. Just don't ever tell me any stupid crap like I'm sending you back for your safety again, because you're still trying to ditch me. Please, trust me, I will see this case through to the end, but you can't stick around in Baijiao any longer than this. Do as I said. Leave within 2 days, head to the Lungman office first, but you can't stay here for too long, can't stay there for too long either. So once you're reorganized, get back on the road straight away and leave Yan as soon as... over my dead body. You don't trust me to keep investigating? I mean, I do, but you're out of a rank. You're out of a job. How are you going to investigate? I'll think of something. If Yu Cheng can resign and investigate in secret, then so can... I have an idea. Let's do this thing a little more thoroughly. What's your plan?
Blaze pulls a letter from her pocket. It's the chance Mobufu gave her, and now it's both of their chances.
Not like we're gonna get anywhere just running around town. We'll head to the Feast of 100 Delicacies, go straight to the True Lung, and ask him to explain all this.
Right flash! Uh-oh. Your Imperial Majesty, the Ministry of Rites has drafted the official list of attendees for the Feast of 100 Delicacies. To mark the occasion, Victoria, Litanian, Laterano, and other such nations have sent us their envoys with letters of celebration for your Imperial Majesty's perusal. Your Imperial Majesty, the Ministry of War and Sui Regulator have finished drawing up joint battle plans. Also for your Imperial Majesty's perusal. The Ministry of Revenue was not consulted on this battle's drain of labor and fiscal resources, nor on the post-war reparations. How were these battle plans drafted? I know you and the Ministry of Revenue are both very busy. The Ministry of War simply went to some small plans working out the manpower, the funding, the ration, and even the Ministry of Engineering's post-war repair expenses. And now you can read together with His Majesty, since we're having an audience and all. Logistics are calculable. But how many of Yan's people will bleed in this war? Is that a bill you can work out so easily? So the Grand Tutor means to say, if you can't work it out, then no need to try. It's autumn. How are the harvests in the north? Da Huang has resumed production ASAP following the disaster. Our harvest this year is more or less on par with previous years. In that case, what about next year? Your Imperial Majesty. A life measured in years, yet the stress feels ancient. We're running out of time. This involves the livelihood of all Yan's people. I ask that your Imperial Majesty reconsider. Grand Tutor, the ministries have long discussed everything worth discussing. It's about time we made up our minds. His Majesty's decree is made. We simply await his proclamation at the Feast of 100 Delicacies. It's growing late. It looks to rain. The two of you can leave. May we be excused. You have no excuse. The man behind the curtain lifts his gaze. In this desolate palace, 3 banquet seats lay set out in a row to his side, and one of them is truly showing its age. Faintly, a sigh. Hi-yo, hi-yo! Just this rain to come from nowhere. I'm soaked.
Autumn drizzles and cold snaps. We'll be out of fresh vegetables in a few days at this rate. I didn't even get to rustle up this year's winter clothes. Chef, I think we're forced to start our winter pickles now. Get your mess of stuff out of the storehouse as soon as... Chef? Blaze? Xingshu, where'd everybody go? Empty. The ever-lively kitchen is presently deserted. All the cookware tidied away. Cramped space seems a good bit wider like this. The only presence is a pot of soup boiling on the stove. A single pot of soup.
Slice them up like a millefeuille. How do you like it?
I love it, and it was a delicious millefeuille when I made one, so... Alright. Okay, so we have 7 and 7 with a 3-star rating, 8, 8 with a 3-star, 9, 9 with a 3-star. Alright. Okay, one thing. Before we start OR-7, let's switch her skill to try it, and then I may end up going back to server.
How wonderful.
Here we go.
I'll keep safe.
I was slightly startled when Lappy spoke. Oh, don't be startled. Come on, we love that voice. It's Lappy. Like, wait, was she in the story? But no. I get it.
You sure are lucky. All my years at the Judicial Review Office, and you are the first I have seen who has the chance to get out of this damn prison alive. I myself never expected to turn out this way. Humph, that's what's wrong with all you clerical types. Always living for the day, never thinking about the consequences. All that time spent researching. All those years of blood, sweat, and tears, all for the dish at the feast, and one very angry lung.
It would be funny if Lappy was in this story, but complete other sides of the world, you know. Ooh-wee. Now to get some water in me after we get the caffeine in, chat. It just dripped on me. Ooh, sour. A little bit of the flavoring. Yeah.
All right. You caused quite the ruckus and ended up in here. Are you happy? It is as you say, but my deeds were loyal and just. This I know. My conscience is clear. Those who peer into fin ponds to find omens will see omens. So what comes next in your plans? The order to transfer has already been issued. We will be joining the diplomatic mission to Victoria in 3 days. After all that happened, I can no longer stay in Baijiao. These arrangements are the fruit of Minister Ning's efforts. Victoria? How are you supposed to get to Victoria with a body like yours? To be favored with a pardon is all I need to ask for. Besides, I can consider going to Victoria, returning home. Can you really? Remember you saying your wife and child already passed away, no? Yes. It has been many years since that day. Even if I did believe you, do you think other people will? If you can remember things that happened back then, so can others. Do you know how many eyes will be watching you when you return? What am I to do? Please, speak plainly. Lend me your life, my friend. That unvarnished truth you crave, I will give it to you.
Ooh, pretty. I like this song. This song fits so beautifully during this Villingstern event. The music of this game is just phenomenal. The first time I came to Baijiao to further my studies left a deep impression on me. Skyscrapers that blotted out the heavens, an unending sea of brilliant lights. And in the center of all those lights was the Forbidden City. 1,000 feet it teetered, its lofty heights unseen from the ground. My teacher said this was where every policy was decided, where every decree was handed down, each one affecting the lives of untold commoners, a duty heavier than mountains. And thus it is here that every student can put to use all that they have learned, to serve the lands and the people. But when I stood here in the flesh, facing that palace of edifice and high walls,
I felt a chill sap away my breath. You have arrived early, Mr. Liang.
Miss Ning.
You seem surprised. Do you not wish to see me?
Hardly. I simply had not heard you would also be attending the Feast of 100 Delicacies, Miss Ning.
Minister Ning is ill, so for this year's feast, the Ministry of Rites had no choice but to send me to attend in his stead. It was a rather last-minute decision, so I did not have the time to tell you, my lord. I suppose that leaves us equals in silence, since it seems you never planned to tell me you were attending either.
I am merely here as part of my work. I did not wish to bother you, Miss Ning.
I'm suddenly reminded of how, aside from Shangshu, we have not met for the better part of a year. Several of my letters to you during that time received no answer.
It can be hard to put words to paper, and I find myself often mired in official business. I have been negligent in maintaining my side of the conversation. I cannot deny your blame, Miss Ning.
Where have I mentioned blaming you, my lord? During your time as magistrate, even the smallest needs of your hometown never left your thoughts. Now with expanded duties, the concerns have only increased. But for some reason, after only 6 short months, I feel as though we have become estranged. As if there are some things we cannot say to the other. Putting that aside for the moment, this is the first time you were attending the feast, yes?
Yes, my early years were spent in Shangshu, so I had little opportunity to take part in government events such as this.
Major topics are often deliberated upon during these feasts. The question this year is, what decision will His Majesty make in regards to this war?
I dare not make any sort of wild conjecture on His Majesty's thoughts.
But you are a clever man, Mr. Liang. Your conjectures are always correct. You did, in fact, have something on your mind the other day, and you wanted to discuss it with Grandfather, did you not?
I dare not lie to you, Miss Ning.
Phrase it how you will, I am always happy to hear that you wish to see me. But I am afraid that for you, I've never been someone to be trusted or to entrust things with.
I believe there may have been a misunderstanding, Miss Ning.
I do not mean to blame you. Who among us did not detest the murky secrets of the bureaucracy when these red robes were first draped over us? But now we must navigate all this wheeling and dealing, like it or not. I may not be close to the center of the court, but there is one thing even I know. It is difficult to speak the truth, and even more difficult to make others believe you are speaking the truth. Once you enter the palace walls, the word sincerity means less than nothing.
But all I have ever shown you is sincerity, Miss Ning. No matter what may come, I have always hoped you would remember.
We should take our seats now, Mr. Liang. Let us head inside.
She's really pretty. Like her whole design, her character, her face. Overall.
Come on, step on it. Check over your ingredients one last time when you're done. The guests are already seated. We need to start serving as soon as the order comes in. Inspect all your ingredients. Check on the stews and soups while you're at it. The bliss soup on stove number 90. I don't know how, but the color seems to be a bit off. What? How many times did I say to cut the ingredients into finger-width cubes? No more, no less. And it's supposed to be on the fire for 20 hours. No breaks. Someone must have screwed something up. All right, move aside. I'll come have a look. Hey, over here. Are you still wearing those clothes? Scared people won't notice you or something? Formal dress for formal occasions. I had kept these clothes at home just in case.
That's what I played after Texas said farewell. It's so heartbreaking. It is a very heartbreaking song, but it fits so many good moments in this game and in the story. That is one thing. I could listen to the soundtrack for ages and never be bored like I can with other music. So many songs, so much music nowadays is just so cut and paste. Like when you turn to the common music that you would hear on the radio and things like that, It's just so cut and paste. It's so the same thing over and over and over again. And the talent that's out there isn't so much talent, because it's just, there's nothing original, nothing new, nothing that is innovative. But the one thing I can always get behind are soundtracks. Soundtracks, instrumentals, scores, OSTs, however you want to put it. There's always innovation with those and new sounds. And sure, there's always the thing of taking inspiration and taking liberties, and you hear things that still sound similar with whatever genre of music you have. But when it comes to scores and soundtracks, to me, that is one of the things that ends up the most diverse, in my opinion. And I always see the changes and the differences and the differences between composers and creators and things. And one of my favorites still will always be Hiroyuki Sawano for his work in Gundam and Attack on Titan and Aldnoah Zero and so many more things. His work is just fantastic and so well done. I will always absorb and listen his music to his music no matter what. He will always be one of my favorite composers.
But this is the kitchen. Don't you have anything more suitable to put on? No. You... Hey! Is disguising yourself not something natural for judicial officers? What nonsense are you talking about? Deputy Minister at the Judicial Review Office is not some undercover ghost, though I have found myself sneaking around a lot lately for some reason. All right, enough muttering. Change into these clothes. You follow the army of waiters and into the banquet area as they're serving up the dishes, then change back into your fancy robe when you can. Fine. Huh, this kind of infiltration really does make me a little nervous. You said you were going to stand up to see justice restored, so if you make the True Lung mad, is he going to arrest you right away, or is he going to... There's a tradition of remonstration during the Feast of 100 Delicacies. Besides, we're just going to request a reopening of an old case due to inconclusive evidence. Why would the True Lung be mad at me? Although there is one thing. Which is... Have you ever thought about... What if the truth we managed to dig up in this case turned out to be the complete opposite of what we thought? What if you found out everything around you was one big lie? What are you talking about? Didn't we do all this to get the truth in the first place? If it's a lie, we'll smash it to pieces. Why the hesitation? We've come this far already. What choice do we even have? Okay, Blaze, I think your father, he was likely a good man. Huh? Why this all of a sudden? Promise me this. If something unexpected happens, you must take care of yourself first. Shh! Someone's coming! Hide! Under the stove!
Under the stove? That sounds like a pain of a place to hide. It's Mo! Is everything ready?
Ready, Chef.
These longevity noodles you are in charge of may be simple, but they are still vital for the feast. Make no mistakes when preparing them.
Understood.
Although I do not know why your Shifu did not wish to come to the feast, I believe he has his reasons to choose you. Once the feast is over, I will give you the opportunity to take on my mantle.
Me?
Not happy to hear that?
There's a lot of chefs who would pinch themselves awake if they were told that they were going to be your apprentice. But I don't understand why you're entrusting all the skills you've learned your entire life to only one person.
Nonsense. Do you know just how many examinations a Dingfeng Lo head chef puts their prospective students through before they choose an apprentice? Not to mention the fact that my own Shifu was the one who penned the Book of Foods with recipes from all 4 major cuisines and has served us well for decades worth of feasts. Out of the hundreds of chefs in this Dingfeng Lo kitchen who have honed their craft for many years, Shifu chose me to take the reins. Just me. Generations of exquisite artisanship in these hands. You'd let anybody smudge it.
But no matter how exquisite the artisanship is, you're making the dish for people to eat. What I mean is teaching a single apprentice who's as good as you really more important than teaching a bunch of chefs who can do a decent job? The more you teach, the more you can cook. The more can cook. Which means even more of Yan can enjoy tastier food, or something.
That's enough of your disrespectful rubbish. Focus on your noodles. Focus on your noodles. Don't play with the noodles too much, just cook them.
Lord Swell.
Have the preparations been made? Human has entered the highest state of alert, and the city defenses are all in position. The citizens have been evacuated, leaving 20,000 soldiers and 3,000 Tianshis able to make the field at any time. They await your orders. Okay. Let us see if the moons wax or wane in our favor tonight. General, the Grand Commandant's messenger has arrived. At this hour. Where's the message, then? He didn't have one. All he had to deliver was a box of mooncakes. He said the Grand Commandant had only one thing to say to you, General. Heat them while they're hot. Don't let them get cold. Enjoy them while they're hot. You received my notice, Lord Zoll. Gee, hey! It has been a while. Are you faring well? You? No need to be so tense. This pawn shop has long since closed its doors. No one will be bothering us. Why meet me alone? Shouldn't I be asking you that, Lord Zoll? What do you mean? I opened this pawn shop on a whim during my stay in Baizhou, and for a time business was booming. Every day would see customers bring in all sorts of curios, scrolls, precious baubles, and odd gemstones. In the end, many of them were taken by my wandering younger brother and placed within his garden. The most curious thing was that all the customers who came by this shop had one thing in common. They were looking for me. You think far too highly of yourself. Well, since you have come to see me, does that not mean you have something to discuss, Lord Zwell? Perhaps I could answer one or two questions plaguing you. All I want to know is, why have you come to Baizhou? If that convict has decided now is the time to declare war on Yan, all that awaits him is death and destruction. But I'm sure he knows that already. Indeed, my elder brother is skilled at the art of the gridded board and naught else, though it is a formidable and well-honed skill at that. Do you still remember the Shanghai Zhang who appeared in Human, Lord Swell? During the Sui regulator's analysis of the incident, we noticed traces of another Farenmut proxy's actions. Wang is suspected of being involved. What are you trying to say? I'm sure you remember, Lord Swell, that during that hunt 1,000 years ago, the Farenmut of Yan were either put to the sword or banished. Has the Sui regulator ever wondered, considering my brother was able to find one of them? Could he perhaps have found more than just one? During the many years since the incident, the Sui regulator have watched closely his every movement within Yan's borders. But have they never considered the possibility that one of his Wei Qi stones might have left the country? Don't underestimate our intelligence network. The Sui regulator have never stopped keeping an eye on the Farenmut outside. If they make any sudden movements, our Farenmutologists will surely sense something. I'm sure they did. They should be on their way back to Yan right about now. Please treat this information as my humble gift to you, Lord Swell. How you use it is for you to decide. Why are you telling me this? You're one of the convict's conspirators, so why tell us his plans? In truth, though I am indeed in collaboration with my brother, our hearts are not as one. We have our differences. He insists on seeing a victor decided. I, on the other hand, prefer doing my business in a more amicable fashion. As for why I chose you, Lord Zwell, I feel we are kindred spirits. What? I profess I have some skill in reading people. My intuition tells me we will have the opportunity to do business once again in the future. It is possible that the fate of us siblings will lie in your hands, Lord Zwell. To be able to chat with you on this festive day, even but for a moment, is destiny at work. I hope that in the future you can see me as a man you can discuss business discuss business. I'm adding words now! You can discuss things with. Interesting. Of all characters to be pulled in together, especially after the Da Huang incident.
Ayo!
What's wrong?
Sorry, my hand just cramped. Couldn't hold it steady.
You seriously?
Sorry, I'll go back to the kitchen and get a new one.
Do it quick. The mandarins are all seated already. Once the true Lung arrives, the banquet will start. I had 1 cup of coffee yesterday and I didn't fall asleep until 6 a.m. Oh, wow. That's a long time to stay awake. Business things. I know. I screwed that up so bad, but hey, whatever. If they could discuss business things, they could discuss other things. What kinds of things they may be, we don't know, but... Anyways. Do you need help, madam? Madam?
I am here for the Feast of 100 Delicacies.
All the mandarins should have already been seated. May I ask why?
Forgive me, I was delayed on the road here. I will head in right away.
Please wait a moment. Madam, please show your invitation to the feast.
Why? Is me standing here not invitation enough?
A routine inspection. I beg your pardon, madam.
My lady, you dropped something of yours. You left in such a rush. How could you not have noticed you dropped something so important? Good thing I spotted it.
Ah, Madam Tang of the Ministry of Revenue. Please forgive my earlier impertinence. There are no further issues here, but the feast is about to begin. Please take your seat as quickly as you can.
That invitation is a forgery. It will only work the one time. Do take care when you're inside. I know. You're one of the ladies at the Ning Manor. I'm also a friend of Blaze. I spotted her name on the chef roster and guessed at your plan. The rest you will simply have to beg forgiveness from the true Lung after meeting him. But don't you know, if this case is reopened, you'll be ruined. But the one most heavily implicated by this case would be Blaze, no? Didn't you already agree to help her find the truth? What else is there to worry about? Besides, if you really do manage to pull back the curtain on all this, well, that's what I was after in the first place. Thank you.
You'll be ruined. What does she mean by that? Am I missing something? Is she withholding something? She didn't get to tell Blaze? Oh, they actually have animated fireworks in this. That's pretty cool.
Despite all my years as a Mandarin, I rarely set foot in the Forbidden City. I see towering palaces pressed up against the sky, majestic and stately. I see a banquet of incomparable bounty, each and every seat filled. The lamps are as bright as day, even as the moonlight envelops them. But what I cannot see is who hid away these names, who does not want to see the truth come to light. I suddenly recall the words,
"Will you be able to handle the truth?" That was what Yu Cheng told her, right?
Yu Cheng, what exactly did you see?
How strange. The feast has already started, so why has His Imperial Majesty not yet arrived?
No need to panic. His Imperial Majesty is busy. Something urgent might have come up. All we can do is wait.
I heard he's been ill for a while now. What if it's something to do with that?
Shh, stop blabbering.
There was a reason for Ning Shu being interrogated earlier. I mean, it makes sense. The connection. I just can't wait to make the connection and understand, you know? Preposterous. Simply preposterous. Don't you know where we are? We have right... What right have you to obstruct a court mandarin?
What's all this noise about?
This man says he's Assistant Minister Tang Jian of the Ministry of Revenue. But we've already checked and every seat under the Ministry of Revenue is already accounted for. I am Tang Jian! None of this he says rubbish. Look, do you see this seal in my hand? Whose name is on it? Moons. All falls silent. 3 blasts of the horn mark the 7th hour of the night. The moon shines bright overhead, their lights so clear they wash away all color. All rise. One by one, the mandarins stand, looking toward the center of the feast, with bated breath, waiting for the one meant to be seated at the head of the table.
I have something to report, Your Majesty.
Ooh.
Fire. None knew where the burst of flame came from, but all it needed was a gust of autumn wind to engulf the entire banquet. The flickering flames act like wild beasts, brandishing their fangs and claws as they pace about above the table. The wind blows and the beasts of fire grow and grow and grow with speed. The conflagration bloats and bulges, letting off unsettling noises. Some liken it to shouting, others to laughter. Bizarre flames pour like falling rain, having already tainted the feast of 100 delicacies. They flit and flicker as they climb up the faces of the panicking mandarins.
What the? What's going on?
Ooh, here we go. Now stuff's ramping up, baby. Here we go. Meaty platter. Meaty platter. Ooh.
Sun's perfectly positioned. Let's head to the ambush point.
11, 12. Let's get some stuff going here. Nine, 10, 11. Okay. Spooky, get out there.
A glance is all I need to comprehend. Cross land and river.
Okay.
Night of gale and snow. All blankets and the whisper of my feet. The road ahead is rough. My ink and pen may never rest. My stack of papers put to test.
So that's filling up there. Good.
Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces. But this will keep you quiet.
Got the situation down, Crystal?
What do you fear most?
A humble scholar's duty is all I claim. The way of life
We're gonna
that
put
leads not to
shoe
shame.
there.
No, it wasn't easy, is it? My ink and pen may never rest.
Bringing them up is
My
interesting.
stack of papers put to test. If you're really incapable of clear skies and seeing, rain clouds for humble scholar's duty is all I claim.
Shut up. You sure have
Spooky,
stepped out.
attack.
I knew who you were right away. You'll get what you deserve.
Cross night and river.
Ooh.
Gale and snow.
Ooh, that's bad. That's kind of crazy.
Any reason
Still misbehaving?
here? Some pop rising.
Okay.
You're a better robber than me.
29 of 42. Ooh.
Very well.
Let them pop up there now. We got it though.
Just a little while.
Yeah, let's get that DP brought up. Ooh, I see they're like hooking those. I don't like that.
Some pop rising. Just a little while longer.
I'm just gonna pull her because it's kind of pointless.
Do take care. Further.
Let's block them.
Soar the mountains when summer leaves the white dew.
Ah, I just got to activate that and there was nobody left anyway, so whatever. I'm glad this red device stage isn't hard. I managed to 2-op it, so I'm having a great time trust farming it. Ah, it's a good idea. Trust farming is something I haven't really put a lot of stock into yet. That's something I need to learn a little more about. Like, I understand the gist behind it, but I've never really put effort into learning it and like strategies and stuff behind trust farming different stages and I don't know. I just haven't really put a lot of stock into the trust farming thing yet, period. That's pretty cool. S1's SP cost is a little high for a heal skill, but it's consistent enough. I think I'm going to switch her back out, put Surfer back out there just because I like Surfer a bit better. That was an interesting stage to say the least. Went by quick, but I don't think she's a operator for me for right now. Xingshu, that is. So, fire! Fire! Assassins, protect His Majesty! Guards! Guards! It's just clearing with the least amount of ops possible. Put out that fire! Lock the dining area down!
Take care. The source of this fire. Everyone, stay away from the wine in the cups! Ah, a fire that does not burn hot. Who did this? And what are they up to?
Connection to the wine. Okay. Wait a second, so that's bringing more... Okay. Alright.
Then Xingyan tries to calm down the panicking crowd, but her voice is quickly drowned out by the shouting and screaming. In the midst of the chaos, she spots a familiar face.
My logic for it is anyone can be an altar, case in point Lacy. Oh, exactly. Oh.
Their eyes met only for a moment, but she is more sure than anything. That person saw her attempt to cross the line of propriety in front of all. But the target is not her. Blaze!
They're after Blaze. I need that music. Oh, this is cool. I like this song. Very good one. What's going on? What's with all this ruckus?
This is bad. I heard some kind of demonic fire broke out at the banquet. No idea how it happened. The guards have the dining area surrounded. No idea what's going on inside or if His Majesty is hurt. They're talking about cutting the feast short. And Xingyan.
We've been notified of unknown persons infiltrating the feast. We will now be conducting an inspection. I ask that everyone stay where they are and not move. Please cooperate.
Damn it. What the hell happened over where Lacy is? This is bad. I can't leave her to fend for herself. I need to go take a look.
You there, stop moving.
What do I do? What do I do? I can't get in a fight here. No time to think, damn it.
After her! I mean, she's supposed to be there, so she shouldn't get in trouble, but Lacy, on the other hand. Biotech, what's up? 1st Battalion, 5th Battalion, seal off the southern entrance. 7th and 9th, close the northern gate. Everyone else, sweep the palace from south to north. If you find anyone suspicious, arrest them immediately. Our intel says there are at least 2 culprits working together to ruin the feast, so take care.
So many guards. What a pain. What kind of trouble did you manage to get yourself into here, Lacy? Sounds like you haven't gotten caught yet, at least. So where the hell are you? This palace is way too big.
Why
are you here? Shh. I thought you two just wanted to ask His Majesty to reopen the case. How did it come to this? I don't know either. That fire's not our doing. But the timing. You need to leave right away. There's no talking your way out of it if they find you. What I need to do is save Lin Xingyan. Let me go look for her. How can I ask you to do something that dangerous? I'm more familiar with the Forbidden City than you are. Even if I did get caught, I'll have some leeway to explain myself. Don't worry, I'll find her. But you still don't trust me. What, still angry at me? Of course not. Head to the southern exit before the guards seal it off. We'll meet up at the restaurant once we're all out of here. Okay. You take care too. Wait, did the soldiers manage to get a good look at you? Yeah, I think so. That's not good. Oh, I know. Let's swap clothes. Come on, get them off.
Whoa, they're stripping! Let's go! Anyways, sorry. My bad. I'm sorry. Blaze. Naked. Hot. More than in just one way. Anyways, moving on. I saw someone running away up ahead. Over there! Are we gonna get to see that? Oh, man.
Dining area's been cleared out. Deputy Minister Lin wouldn't be here. But who started all this at the feast? I hope Blaze managed to make it out by now.
Uh-oh. Why is she here? These two. Is this fate at work? That dude is massive!
Looks like it's not too far away now. Wonder how things are going over on their side. Found you. Who's there? Oh, it's her. So it was you.
The junior drill master. This one from, this song was from Where Vernal Winds Will Never Blow. Those eyeball emojis staring at me are a little scary. That's like peering into my soul right now, and it's a little bit freaky on my monitor. Thank you for that, Eggy Egg. He big boy, he big chunk. Oh Lord, he coming.
Damn, that's one hell of a sword. You're not dressed like your average soldier. What are you, a general? Save the chatter. So you're the one Lin Qingyan has been hiding behind her back. But why would she bring you to the Forbidden City? So I know it's impolite to barge in on someone else's banquet, but would you believe me if I said we didn't mean anything bad by it? What I'm trying to say is that this is all a misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding here. The Imperial Guard have been searching for you for 40 years. You are her descendant. What are you talking about? Whose descendant? Who's her? You really don't know. No, it seems you're not lying. All this time you've been hidden away, and nobody thought to tell you about your history. Got me there. I'm pretty curious about it, not gonna lie. Anyone I can ask about it? But seriously, the Imperial Guard? Looking for me? 40 years ago, only a single child was unaccounted for in the family of a treasonous Mandarin. What are you talking about? Blaze, I need to confirm something. You were born in 1062 in Victoria, right? Yes, from as far back as I remember, I lived in Victoria. Your father seemed to have been spending a lot of time pursuing a certain truth in the last few years of his life. What if you found out everything around you was one big lie? What? You're talking nonsense! Bijou! You're a person of interest. We'll figure out what to do with you after questioning. Come with me. Forget that!
Ooh. Go Blaze!
Yeah! You're no weakling, it seems. I might not be able to take you in without hurting you. If you don't wish to be harmed, then surrender immediately. I'm in no mood for jokes right now. Didn't I tell you to save yourself if something happened? Lin Qingyan.
Lin Qingyan's eyes meet Blaze's. She understands what has happened, but all she has to offer is silence. She turns and stands in front of Blaze, shielding her.
Your deeds at the Judicial Review Office are worthy of my respect, Deputy Minister Lin. And I was kind enough to remind you before. It seems you've decided to completely ignore my warning. I am perfectly aware what I'm doing. I don't need your reminders. You know who she really is, yet to go so far as to protect the descendant of a traitorous Mandarin. Why? For the truth. The truth you are all too afraid to talk about. Lin Qingyan! What are you two talking about? What do you mean? I'm the descendant of a traitor. My dad, who is he? Why did he die? Forgive me. I was planning to tell you everything after tonight, but it seems now is not a good time. I will make it up to you later, however you like. Provided we make it out of here alive, that is. She will be coming with me tonight. As long as I am here, she will not. Forget that. You will need 3 of you to simply obstruct me. Lin Qingyan, go already!
A burst of lightning blasts open a hole in the palace wall. Before the dust is even settled, a somewhat gentler blast of energy strikes Blaze. She is sent flying out of the Forbidden City, falling towards a distant patch of the ground. Blaze has done these sort of high-altitude leaps countless times before, as a form of entry into the battlefield, or wherever happened to need her. She has never once felt fear. She believed in her own strength, and in her many friends. There was never any confusion in her mind either. She knew who she was. She knew where she must go. She knew what she believed in. There is no plot that can hold back her heat. There's no plot that can hold back her heat. Wait a second. That is, I'm sorry, that's bringing to mind other thoughts and, no plot that can hold back her heat. Anyways, moving on. Just like how the midst of dawn cannot hide away the sun. But now, what awaits her is no longer solid ground, but an endless abyss. She closes her eyes. I'm like, wow, animals, heat, that kind of stuff. Well, yeah. Your dad died because he was killed, and people die when they are killed. People die when they are killed. I know. I understand that reference. That sounds quite iffy. It does sound quite iffy. No, the eyes again, not the eyes. No, that's creeping me out. Stop judging me. I'm sorry. Where? Sir, you are a grown man. I know I'm a grown man. I'm 33. Don't remind me. Nian lies on the bed, her breathing faint. The crutch in the old man's hand shudders and he nearly falls over. After having seen so many things across so many years, he thought nothing more in this world could shock him. His lips open and close, yet try as he might, he can make no sound, until someone in the shadows begins to speak first. She yet lives. That armor! It's you. Stay your steps, Mr. Ning. Come no closer. You never saw me tonight, and she never left the house. But why? She intruded upon the feast of 100 delicacies. She was with that girl when I discovered her. If she had run into anyone else, she would not still be alive. Impossible. 40 years. I can't believe it's you again. 40 years ago, you left her here. Oh, so this was the guy in the beginning. Okay, that makes sense. I get that now. Now you save her life once more. Save her from a terrible fate. Fate. This must be fate. People die when they are killed. There's no escaping it. There never was. I did not leave her here for her sake. It was you who saved her, Mr. Ning. You once swore an oath to never let anyone know the truth of this case in exchange for her name. But it seems you are now wavering when it comes to past vows. The true Lung will know of tonight's events. The choice is yours, Mr. Ning. So he definitely knows more than he's letting on. This guy knows more, but there was a vow. Interesting. A gust of wind, and it was like nobody was even there. The old man stands in stunned silence. His daze is interrupted as he hears a sound coming from outside the courtyard walls. A sound like roaring, like weeping, like admonishment. I must be going mad. It's autumn. Why do I hear cicadas? Cicadas are a thing in this world.
How did I get here? Oh, finally awake, I see. I knew you were one tough feline. Look at you, as lively as a fin on a line. Jiang was making a fuss about calling a doctor. He was shouting so hard he forgot what time it was. How long was I out? Wait, where are they? And Xingyan, did Ningyan come by here? Seriously, how did I get here? Alright, slow down. I don't even know where to start with all these questions. Last night I was on my way to the night market to get some cheap veggies when I found you lying down in the middle of the street. Thought you were drunk at first. I was worried you'd freeze to death or something, so I brought you back here. You were cursing up a storm in your sleep. Hypocrite this, swindler that, and a lot more besides. Tch, I don't know where you managed to learn such creative Yanese. The Ningyin you mentioned, and whoever this Lin Xingyan is, never seen them before, so I don't know if they were here. I need to go find them. Whoa, where are you going? The Forbidden City. I just saw a whole bunch of guards patrolling around there. You think you could still get in? I don't care, I have to go. Who do you think you're going to find? After having lost yourself like that, What are you talking about? Just speaking the truth here. You lost yourself, yeah? You don't know where yourself has gone, where it's wandered off to. You hear a few words from someone else, and wouldn't you know it, you barely even know your name, much less who you are. Such absurdity. A tangerine seed is blown from Jiangnan to Jiangbei, where it takes root and yields fine fruit. What let this seed grow so well wasn't Jiangnan or Jiangbei, but decades worth of rain and sun. It's ultimately the same fruit. Jiangnan and Jiangbei might not be the same place, but an orange is an orange. Doesn't matter where you eat it. All things begin, all things end. There's the outer truth and the inner truth. Once you figure that out, then you can get back to asking your questions. Do you know something about all this? What do you know? Tell me! What do I know? I'm a chef. All I know is how to season my ingredients, how to boil stuff, stir-fry stuff, regular fry stuff. Oh, right. Seeing you reminded me of something. Weren't you trying to find authentic tangerine cakes? I think I know how to make those.
What's over?
Oh.
Time for a drink.
There's Texas.
All right. 2 more stages. We have OR-8 and OR-9 chat, and then probably an epilogue at that point as well. So we're getting close to the end. Golden rice crust. All right, let's do this. Oh, no. Crap, I forgot to change her out of my team. That's all right. You know what? Whatever, we'll deal with it. It's all good. We will make do. Gone. 1 tangerine cake. To go, please.
Oh, you're here. Sending it to Victoria this time as well?
No, not sending it. I need to go back right away. Though it's hard to say if I even can go back. This time. Just a snack for the road.
Wow, your cough's gotten pretty bad. I don't think you should be eating sweets right now. I'll boil you up a bowl of loquat soup.
I'm fine. It's not to do with my lungs.
Doesn't matter where the problem is. You've got to take care of yourself. You seen a doctor about it?
Yes. I don't have much time left, apparently. I'd say I'm beyond having to mind what I eat.
Huh?
It's fine. Everyone has to die someday. I've done pretty much everything I needed to get done.
How can you say something like that? Didn't you say you still have family in Victoria? They're waiting for you to go home.
Yes, I held on to that hope that I could see them again. But it seems that won't be happening. I might have been a useless good-for-nothing my entire life, but at least I can say I haven't disgraced what little ideals and righteousness I still have in me. But only now that I'm at the end have I realized I owe them far, far too much.
Isn't that just how people are? Things like that happen from time to time. If you try and be the perfect people pleaser, you're a fool. But surely you still want to go home, right?
I want to see them, but if I don't, they'll have easier lives. That's just how people are. If you want to get something done, you need to put something down. Everyone else has put their things down, so I should too. I have been in your care for so many years now, young chef. Even my final few words in this reverie of mine are for your ears only.
Then, is there still something you want?
I want... You need to pay more attention. Look at this spot you swept. It's still covered in ash. Make sure not to miss any corners either. Anything dirty has to be cleaned. You're moving out soon and we cannot leave behind any trouble for the house's next owner. It's rather late, Mr. Ning. Where are you headed off to? Oh, don't mind me, just going out for a walk. Oh, he ain't going for a walk, he's going somewhere.
Mr. Ning's been acting really odd today. Why is he spending this mid-autumn festival watching us clean the house instead of gazing at the moon?
That's enough questions out of you. Focus on your sweeping. With such brilliant moonlight tonight, we should give it a pristine spot to land on.
How did I get here? Grandfather's study?
Her mind lurches on the edge of consciousness. She feels as though she has forgotten something important. An old book lies upon the desk in silence.
Annals of Yan, Volume 124, Supplement 17, 1062. Since when was there such a book in the Imperial Historical Records? Grandfather?
He was hiding it. It's been years since there was a criminal thrown into the 5th floor of this prison. It's the story tonight. Assassinating someone at court, the Imperial Guard themselves are dragging the culprit here. What a ruthless... Shh. Don't think too hard about it, and don't ask too many questions. Just keep a close eye on the culprit. You and I won't be enough to fix any mistakes. It seems that everything I've run into since my return to Baijiao has been part of some grand plan. A trail of clues laid out in front of me like bait, leading towards a dead end.
Not only was the perpetrator highly skilled in kung fu, but they also had intimate knowledge of the Judicial Review Office's layout. They must have been working with Yu Cheng for quite some time. Yu Cheng asked you to take notes during his trial. This is why you stand here now, and it is also the reason I cannot allow you to participate any further. Whatever Yu Cheng's plan, you are most certainly part of it.
Deputy Minister Lin, surely you wouldn't ask if you didn't know the answer already. Can you not see the truth, or do you simply pretend you can't because you don't dare to?
What makes you so dead set on the case, Censor Jiezhen?
As the moons slowly sink into the west, their light passes through the barred window and scatters on the far wall of the cell. The night air condenses into dew, beating on Lin Qingyan's brow. Were it not for the scent of mold, this prison would actually be a good place to meditate.
Indeed, while I was waiting here, I managed to figure out many things that have been on my mind. It was you who set the scrollery on fire.
Was it an answer I gave you here, or one you puzzled out beforehand?
Ah! We meet again, Deputy Minister Lin.
So the censor set the fire.
Hey, I'm not in the mood to discuss snacks with you right now. I've got people to save. Calm down. Take it easy. Is it any use being so high-strung when you have so much to do? What do you know? All I know is that if the heat ain't right, don't take off the lid. You can't skip out on meals if you have something big to do. If you don't eat, you're not getting anything done. Here, try this. Is this the tangerine cake you're looking for? Weren't you always saying I wouldn't be able to find it, even if I searched all of Baijiao? I also said I'm the best chef in all of Baijiao. As long as the taste exists, I can replicate it. And this one's my own creation. It won't count for our bet. This isn't the same tangerine cake you made before.
Despite her skepticism, Blaze shoves a cake into her mouth. She has tried many fine dishes over the last few days and learned a lot about how to critique food during that time. The cake in front of her cannot be considered tasty. Xingshu was right. Too much sugar will overwhelm the fragrance of the tangerine peel, while too much oil destroys the texture of the cake itself. It is not a tasty snack, but it is an exact match for the taste in her memories.
How do you know this recipe? You were so hung up on my tangerine cake not being sweet enough, it got me wondering what kind of chef would make them that sweet. Then I thought, what if the one who made them so sweet didn't do it for the taste? That means... You said you ate these in Victoria, right? It reminded me of a regular customer I had many years ago. He always ordered some tangerine cakes and said he was going to send some off to his daughter in a foreign land. I told him they'd spoil long before they got to her. But he refused to believe me. He'd process it a bit himself and wrap it up in a layer after layer of letter paper. You could barely tell if it was a letter or some food by the end of it. You know him! He came here! I've been searching for him all this time! Do you know what happened to him? I wouldn't say I knew him. He was just a regular customer of many years. I vaguely remember him always coming over before it was even bright out to order the cheapest breakfast I had on the menu, Then he'd sit by the window, like he was waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who? How should I know? See for yourself.
See for yourself. Day breaks. The faint full moons brush against the horizon. As the night comes to a close, there are perhaps many in slumber, enjoying dreams of happy reunions. Diligent hawkers are up early setting up their stalls, their shouts echoing down the streets, rousing the sleepers of the metropolis. Blaze spots a familiar figure by the street corner. OR8 and OR-9. OR-9 being the boss stage. Oof. I'm excited to get there, but we'll see. He was waiting for his daughter. For her. The small restaurant and that serene manor are separated by no more than a street corner, a fact barely worth noticing during normal times. Was this what he was looking at year after year? So she sits there and sees her.
It's you. It's really you. You're here. I never thought I would see you again in my lifetime.
The man leaning against the corners, clothed in near rags, he grasps a mooncake in his hands, his face awash in crumbs, ignorant of his guest. A smear of light leaks in through the bars of his cell window, painting the criminal's gaunt face in stark relief. The Judicial Review Office is truly kind. Even us prisoners get a mooncake for the Mid-Autumn Festival. It's delicious. Want a bite? No need. I will be having my meals in this prison soon enough. I will have my own to enjoy. Pity. We still have so much to talk about. It's not quite the same without something to munch on, right? The old man lets out a dry laugh, taking a seat across from the shabbily dressed prisoner. For decades, you have wanted to ask an old man like me your questions. I suppose today's your lucky day. What the hell? Why didn't I get a notification for this? What's up, Silent? I don't know why you didn't get a notification, my friend, but you might want to ring that bell. Re-ring it, whatever. As the other hip YouTubers hound people to do. I don't know. But I've been live for just the cusp of 3 hours now, so. The tragic song again, I know. You should hate me, Mr. Ning. You were one step away from being able to go back home without a heavy heart. One step away from enjoying your twilight years with your family. Just one small step. I really should hate you when you put it like that. I would like nothing more than to charge at you and tear at your flesh with my teeth. Old man's getting a little freaky here, but alright. 2 hours, 56 minutes, and 20 seconds. Silent. I swear, Eggy, I'ma find you. Oh God. What are we doing here in chat, people? Don't hurt each other, please. I don't want to be responsible for that. I don't want to be a witness, at least. But on second thought, you have given up decades of your life and your position as Deputy Minister at the Judicial Review Office for me, spending the rest of your years within this cell. Now we'll throw a pie at your face. Ow. Be nice. Is it at least a good pie? What kind of pie we talking here? I like pie. I like making pie, too. What? What's going on? It's nothing. We're friends, I guess. See, that's great. Friendship within the community. Fellow operators. Are we friends, Silent? Wait. No. Let's put this in Arknights terms.
Texas, are we friends or are we enemies? I guess we're both friends and enemies.
To quote Il Circusano, sorry. Define friend. So, you could be friends, you could be enemies, you could be frenemies! Like Texas and Lapland going on there. Anyways, no matter how you look at it, it should be you who hates me. You're overthinking it, Mr. Ning. I said it before, but I was never any good at my job, or at being a decent human being. Not like Guquan. I'm a glutton, you see, type that loves sniffing out deep hidden truths. I tore open shells to get at the flesh and got addicted to the sweet, sweet taste of marrow. I'll do anything for it, even if it leaves my hands bloodied and my teeth shattered. Or whatever the living fuck them two wolves got going on. Yes, officer. Right, her at 2 hours into the stream. What? What? What happened 2 hours into the stream? Nothing happened. We don't talk about what happened 2 hours into the stream. During all these years, you were the biggest, plumpest shell beast on my dining table. How could I ever hate you? Even if I were to hate, it wouldn't be for anything on my side. Your teeth are still in fine shape. I never saw them chip while they were gnawing on my old bones. Damn, that's a little... That's a little... Old man has got some freaky words coming out of his mouth, and I'm getting a little disturbed by them. But anyways... But you, Cheng, why were you so sure I would have come to see you today? If I had just walked away from all this, all your plots and plans would have gone to waste, no? Because I understand you. I understand you far too well, Mr. Ning. I simply had to gamble that during the years you spent bobbing around the hierarchy of the Mandarins, you would dirty your hands, but still retain your humanity. You let Guquan live on while he was right under your nose, after all, and raised his daughter to boot. You care about the fate of that child. Those two children, rather. You wanted to see those girls live carefree, innocent lives while you yet live. You knew that if you did not relent one day, they would never know peace. And so you came to see me. You had to. You have looked into these matters already. It seems you managed to find out most of what should have been found out. How long did it take you? I only finished deciphering the clues and piecing them all together last year. Shames me to admit as deputy minister, but my pace was a bit too slow. Guquan, on the other hand, he managed to figure it all out years ago. I never considered that. The year he returned to Baizhou, you managed to put him under your watch, but you never thought he would copy decades worth of letters from your home. By peering through all those letters between Grand Mandarins and nobles, he, a 9th-rank ceremonial officer, found every survivor of that murder case. He unraveled the threads and pieced the truth together. Guquan's diligence knew no bounds. I underestimated him. Anything more you wish to say, Mr. Ning? What is there left to say? What sins must be admitted, I shall admit. I really did send someone to kill the Minister of Justice who presided over the Grand Preceptor's case. Not because he accused me of being the Grand Preceptor's collaborator in treason. Rather because the Grand Preceptor's treason was a miscarriage of justice all along. Indulge me in my curiosity, Deputy Minister Lin. When did you figure it out? I suspected it was you who set Ding Fenglo alight. Why? What would I have to do with that incident? Call it a hunch. Though you might not have used your kung fu at the time, a mask was not enough to prevent me from thinking that person's figure and skills were familiar. Very familiar. Afterwards, at the Judicial Review Office, you sought me out and managed to cement this particular suspicion in my mind. Come to think of it, you must have been in close contact with Yu Cheng as early as when I was preparing to impeach him. I never considered the possibility you were already cooperating with him at the time. From the scrollery fire to the hanging scroll in the Ning Manor, then on to the fire at Ding Fenglo, this recent string of mysteries was you trying to lead me along the trail of clues, wasn't it? That was rather rushed and sloppy now that I look back. And the fire at the Feast of 100 Delicacies? I must regret to inform you that was not my doing, truly. Merely an unexpected turn that happened to align with our goal. Why did you two do all this? Ridiculous as it may sound, this all started with an old case,
not a large one, yet not small either. A case I happened upon by chance after I joined the Department of Discipline and Supervision. The Minister of Justice assassinated by a beggar in the middle of the street, a case I could barely believe, yet one hastily closed without meaningful build-up or satisfying conclusion. Though the assassin had been executed, his identity, his motive, there were simply too many vague unknowns in the file. As I dug deeper, I noticed that every thread led towards an even bigger case, a case that had snipped all those threads short. The Grand Preceptor's treason. You've investigated that case too. The betrayal of the 3 Grand Ministers, a case large enough to shake the court and one that implicates countless others. Forget finding the truth. Even just mentioning the Grand Preceptor's name at the time was the greatest of taboos. The Grand Preceptor incited the prince to regicide. This was all the history books had to say on the matter. And nobody knows the truth of what happened that night the old True Lung passed away. Who was it who mobilized the city guard? Who went into the palace? Only later did I realize I was not the only one looking into this case. Was this how you got to know Yu Cheng? Should I rather call it foul beasts of a feather? Or friendships at first sight? You said the two of you weren't able to follow the trail, so how did you determine the Grand Preceptor was wrongly accused? It wasn't our research that led to this conclusion. The one who brought everything to light was Gu Quan. Why? Do you seriously not know why? Of course I do. I just wanted to ask you how this why tasted when you said it aloud. The people cry out, their hearts uneasy. Only those who have experienced the struggle know that Yan's current peace and prosperity were hard won. It was a very long time ago. The old True Lung was diligent. At the time, Originium Industries were beginning to change the structure of this great land. Even during Yan's turbulent times, he did not allow her to fall behind the other nations of Terra. And so it was that a great hero was infected with oropathy in his twilight years. Believing his days were numbered, his many policies began to stray into bias and imbalance. At the time, the prince wished to stop the True Lung, and the Grand Preceptor stood by his side. This supposed support was her urging the prince to seize the throne. The old True Lung died the night the prince entered the palace to admonish him. As for the prince, his whereabouts since that night are unknown. Such a tumultuous event demanded an explanation, which required someone to be charged with everything. Do you think the current True Lung was unaware of all this? Changes in the court naturally led to unrest among the masses. The purge of traitors, a very fitting slogan. The then young True Lung acted with an iron fist to sweep away many courtiers with evil intent, stabilizing the situation as quickly as possible. This ensured this spell of court intrigue never made it outside the walls of the Forbidden City. For 40 years, I assumed I was the only one, aside from the True Lung himself, to still remember what transpired, until 10 or so years after that case ended, that young man stood in front of me once again. I fear you speak of that time too lightly, Mr. Ning. It was not only traitors who were swept away, there was also the entirety of the Grand Preceptor's family, 28 in all. They were all sent to prison. Some committed suicide in their cells to prove their innocence. Those who lived were exiled. I tried to find some trace of them, but it was no use. Couldn't find a single one. Except for a child, spirited away during the turmoil, still swaddled in a blanket. I never considered the possibility she still lived, yet never truly believed she had died. It seems you've met her. A few days ago, her appearance is not too similar, but their personality, it's like 2 peas in a pod. Gu Quan never spoke a word about that child's whereabouts during the decade he spent in Baijiao, right up until his death. I'm sure you're now well aware of why he died on the road back to Victoria. Yu Cheng, you old bastard. You used Gu Quan's own death to ensure there was no possibility of anyone finding that child, which also gave you an opportunity to investigate me. At the time, I assumed Gu Quan had no success in his exhaustive research into the Grand Preceptor case,
which prompted him to leave Baijiao in despair. It was only after many years that I realized it was not the so-called truth that he sought. He had long since found the answers to those troubles you mentioned earlier. What he hoped I would do was something else entirely.
I don't understand. Are you telling me you two knew all along that Blaze was the orphan from that case? Your investigation should have already revealed that Gu Quan and Yu Cheng knew each other. After taking the child away, Gu Quan kept the secret of her whereabouts to himself for decades, but before he met his untimely end, he confided in the only friend he had, Yu Cheng. After his death, Yu Cheng immediately began to search for her. However, he was unable to personally act as deputy minister at the Judicial Review Office. He entrusted the task of performing discreet inquiries to me, far from the center of court politics, so as to not attract attention. By the time I found her in Victoria, she was already infected. I could not take her back to Baijiao right away. For the sake of protecting her, I had no choice but to place her in the care of a medical organization that treated the infected. So it was you. You were already aligned at the time, I see. But you were also part of this plan from early on, Deputy Minister Lin. What do you mean? How was it that you were able to find Blaze's trail? How were you able to come across those files pertaining to her past? Surely you didn't just attribute them to chance. Yu Cheng would not have told you these himself. The risk was too great. There could not be a third person who knew of this in all of Terra. But he was always searching for a suitable candidate, one with courage, one stood for truth. He has long since been ready to give his life for this cause. I am happy to dirty my hands doing what must be done in his stead. But it's not enough. We needed someone pure and innocent, who could use honest means to lay bare the truth. It's nearly time. You still have one last opportunity. Do you still wish to bring the truth out into the light of day, Deputy Minister Lin? All right. The truth is about to come out. We're getting lots of juicy details with golden rice crust.
Never mind the use of force. Death has its
Okay.
own rest.
Listen,
Illusion and
we're putting her out
intimidation are
right
my
off the bat.
tactics too.
Sorry.
Let's begin.
Nexus.
All right, let's speed this up.
Relax. What do you fear most? Got it. Shut up.
Spooky.
All right. Let's do this. Okay. We're gonna put some shoe action out.
A word I've not heard in a long, long time.
Boom.
20, 21, 22,
If you're
23,
really
24,
capable of throwing
25.
mountains when summer leaves the white
Poof.
dew,
Okay, wealth. Spits
Leave
copper
the
coins to deal
flames
heavy
and keep
damage
them up to
using
paint
long
messages.
range. Okay. Let's hold some fun stuff going on here.
Cover up. If secrets go public, then everybody's
Okay.
in the game.
Slow it down.
Try to behave yourself next time.
Hey, Spooky. Attack.
What? You think you're a better robot
Oh.
than me?
Let's go. Blaze, you can have some fun too.
Down crystal clear.
13 of 24. I'd say we got this. I haven't even needed Weeshadel so far, which is pretty cool. Weeshadel. Had a fun AI chat with her not long ago. It was a little, like, snarky back and forth. Kind of
If
random
you're
fun.
brilliant, I plant you into the soil to grow anew.
Okay, we got 6 more enemies, and this is almost ready. Ooh, baby.
My blood is boiling. Rise up and taste my... Shut
I've got an idea. What? You think you're a better
Oh,
robot
my.
than me?
Oh, baby. We're so close. Okay, activate. Activate. We're not even gonna get... Yeah, we are. There we go. It's just gonna go. I was gonna say, we're not even gonna get to use the dragon, are we? Let's go. The most annoying enemy comes forth here. That dude. Which one? Because they all seem pretty easy. with my packed offense there in the top. That seemed to work out well.
Yu Cheng, that is the truth behind the Grand Preceptor case you seek. Do you have any further questions? You've spoken at length, yet you've said nothing about your role in these events, Mr. Ning.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Gothic. I didn't have problems with anybody, so I don't know which enemy it was. Was it the coin throwing one? Meanwhile, I struggled some with that enemy. I'm sorry.
Why did you send someone to kill the Minister of Justice? Do you not already have the answer, Deputy Minister Yu? Was it not you who accused me years ago of having the minister murdered to stop him from investigating and save myself in the chaos?
The coin thing. Okay, that makes sense.
You need not be in such a hurry to discredit yourself.
Ugh.
Hiccups, chat. Sorry.
Ugh.
Excuse me. There was one question that perplexed me for a long time. Why did Guquan stay at your house when he returned to Baijiao nearly a decade later? It was not until I saw that girl at your house did all the puzzle pieces fall into place. He narrowly escaped with his life, yet he still returned to Baijiao, not only to find the truth of what happened, but also to search for the daughter he left behind. It seems he did not tell you much. Yes, most of what follows will be mere speculation. If I'm wrong, feel free to laugh in my face. I heard that after that Grand Preceptor's suicide following accusations of treason, the entire nation was in uproar, and Mandarins distanced themselves from her. Yet, one Academy student dared to honor her in public. It was thus that he stumbled onto the Grand Preceptor's home as the belongings within were being confiscated. In his hurry, all he could take away was a baby girl just born to the family. As it so happened, his own daughter was recently born as well. At his wit's end, he tried to flee Baijiao with his wife and the two babies. As a scholar with no background, he didn't get far before an Imperial Guard captured him. Perhaps out of compassion and wanting to keep the Grand Preceptor's bloodline going, the Imperial Guard spared the scholar and the Grand Preceptor's child, instead taking the scholar's daughter. I do not know what Guquan was thinking at the time, but it was most likely he had no other choice. This child fell into the hands of the Minister of Justice, her bloodline obvious, with a modicum of research. But as it turned out, how to handle this child of an outsider was a delicate conundrum indeed. It was around this time that you, Mr. Ning, long dissatisfied with the Minister's extreme methods, decided to take the ultimate risk: assassination. The Grand Preceptor's case implicated many, and it seemed fitting that the bloodstained Minister of Justice met his end through retribution. With the court's turmoil resolved, the true Lung allowed the blood-stained curtain to finally fall in this fashion. The only unresolved question left is that child. Based on how things are now, she was taken into your care. What this entailed is not hard to guess, but as for the why of it, if I recalled correctly, Mr. Ning, you enjoyed the tutelage of the Grand Preceptor as well, correct? Oh, Yu Cheng, had you not been absorbed in judicial work or confined to this cell, I shudder to think what that meticulous mind of yours might have accomplished. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. You flatter me. I'm nothing more than a fool compared to Guquan. It is simply because I haven't met far too many people in my capacity as Deputy Minister of the Judicial Review Office. The more one sees, the more one learns. Now that I think about it, the dish Guquan offered to the true Lung at the Feast of 100 Delicacies wasn't merely an act of suicide. It was him reconciling with the truth. Before he passed, he did not tell me the truth, but he did divulge the whereabouts of the Grand Preceptor's orphan. He must have hoped that once I found the truth for myself, I would also choose reconciliation. Yet I could not. All I could do was use my methods to find the people still left, the ones you care for, and force you to spit out the truth. All things considered, Mr. Ning, you are no villain. Perhaps just a coward. Hate me all you want. To see that child once more has always been a wish of mine.
I will go and seek an audience with His Majesty. Ooh. Intriguing.
You know everything? I only just found out. I still want to ask you, how are you so calm about all this? It was just a suspicion I hid away in my heart for many, many years, one I have finally found proof for. Like a thorn stuck in your palm, it may bleed a bit when you pluck it out, but you'll feel much better afterward. Why? Why won't you say something? I don't know how it all came to this. Should I feel sad or angry right now? I don't know. All I know is that my mind's a mess and my heart feels like it's being stabbed. Who the hell am I supposed to set ablaze with this fire crawling up my throat?
I have an answer, but we're not going there. Moving on.
Well, I have a question for you. Blaze, can you tell me about Guquan, my father? What sort of man was he? He was an idiot, a nerd, and a liar. I hate lies. I've seen too many of them. Too damn many of them. Greedy lies, cowardly lies, sneaky lies. Never one that demanded a lifetime of commitment. One that cost him his own daughter and himself. All to protect someone who had nothing to do with him. How? How could he be so stupid? It reminds me of a story I once read. There was once a guard who watched over a rest station by the river. One day, he saw a flood coming from upstream. He wanted to run upstream and tell the people there to close the sluice gates. But he had only run halfway when he saw the river was rising too quickly. It was too late to close the gates, so he immediately decided to turn and warn the villagers downstream to flee. Back and forth he ran until he finally was consumed and swept away by the flood. He didn't manage to do anything or save anyone. Get to the point already. Would you say this man's deeds sound familiar? Fine, I get it. Well, I don't really get all the details of your windy-ass story. But you're talking shit about him, aren't you? He wasn't a bad guy, okay? He was just... I know you've got good reasons to blame him, duh. But if he was the one who threw you away, why would he spend so much time coming back to look for you? I thought I would be the one consoling you, not the other way around. Blaze, you're infected, right? Wait, when did you figure that out? Man, you're too damn clever by half. Sorry, I didn't mean anything untoward. I was just thinking that it really should have been my fate to be. The hell are you even talking about? What, you think you've done something wrong and deserve a worse fate? Please, my life is awesome. I've got lots of buddies, and I found a dream of mine. If anything, you're the one who got it bad, growing up all by yourself in that big old mansion alone and miserable. It almost sounds like you're roasting me.
Puns! Fire! Roasting! Anyways.
I'm not. But I understand. I understand what you mean. Oh, right. I still haven't asked you what your name actually is. Shuhuang. Gu Shuhuang. It's the name Dad... he gave me. Wow, I forget how long it's been since I last told someone my real name. Well, that's it. That's the last of my secrets. A blazing candle to ward against the dark. Zhu for candle, Wang for a blaze, and the family name Gu to ward you. It really does sound like a name he would pick. Blaze, would you say I've only really gotten to know you now, after all this? I guess so, yeah. Wait, no. I've still got lots to tell you, and I need to bring you to Victoria to have a look around. My mom, or rather, your birth mother. You should probably go see her. She's still alive? Who said she was dead? She's still hale and hearty. She lives in a small town in the western Victoria. Once everything's wrapped up here, I'll take you to her. She definitely wants to see you. All right.
She's crying.
Why are you crying? I'm not.
Oh shit, it's in your eyes.
But you're the one who's about to break into tears any second now. I'm just happy. I never thought I'd suddenly find myself a little sister after all these years. Who's ever heard of sisters like us? And besides, we don't know yet who's the little one. I've been through a lot today. Can't you let me have this one? And there you were, consoling me. Look, I just wanted to say, from now on, you're not alone anymore, okay?
That's funny.
Man, isn't that lovely? Out of the myriad flavors in this land, the taste of reunion is the sweetest of them all. Really now? Damn it, what am I tearing up for? That's the last of my worries settled. All right, that judicial officer at the Forbidden City last night. Matesy, she was being held up by that Imperial Guard lady when she sent me flying out of the city. What should we do now? This isn't over quite yet. I need to go and finish off what I should have done in the first place. What are you planning to do? Demand an explanation for everyone's sake.
Good thinking, Blaze. Explanation time. Go demand it. Let's get the final answers. 100 years it has been. He returns once again to where this game of Weiqi started. The board is covered in cobwebs and dust, a single black stone at the center. He extends his hand to brush away the grime. Where are you off to?
Got a meal to deliver. If you're going, then who's going to mind the restaurant? At this hour? It's past closing time. Gonna open tomorrow? That depends on my mood tomorrow. Hard to say right now. Why do I get the feeling that you want to call it quits? Fine by me, but you still owe me 6 months of wages. Settle that and I'll let you go. You're so money-minded. How about all those staff meals I cooked for you? They must be worth a few months of debt. Fine, fine. On the right of the stove in the kitchen, the third brick from the corner. The last of my spare cash is under that brick. Take it. I've been with you for quite a few years now. Yep, 15 whole years. You stuck around the longest out of all of our associates, candle holder. Means we were really fated to be, haha.
Candle holder? Wow, he was a candle holder all this time. That's so random. But anyways,
if I kept reminding myself that I was a candle holder or the sui regulator, I'm afraid I wouldn't have stayed that long. To be honest, it's been years since I reminded myself who I really am, too. Not like I was trying to remember or not, mind you. Whether as a man or beast, I've found this life full of delightful flavors. Nothing to complain about.
best you keep not remembering. I fear if you do, you'll forget the tastes of man. Your palate will grow dull and numb, and your cooking skills will go to waste.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too happy with that either. But if there's one thing I'll never forget, it's that my troublemaking brothers and sisters still need to eat. Not to mention that one that's most troublesome of all, though considering how long it's been since we last saw each other. It's hard to say what he's like now. You know the consequences of delivering this particular meal today, right? Yeah, more or less. It's obvious. Like not keeping cotton by the stove. The sui regulator is not going to be happy if we have a family reunion. Also, if a fight breaks out at such a delicate moment, you might not be seeing me tomorrow. I've made a lot of food and met a lot of people these past few years. My wish was for every customer who walks through those doors to have a tasty meal and a life with fewer regrets. The 4 flavors of the kitchen, the 4 emotions of the heart, sorrowful partings and joyful reunions. They're not that much different. But just as fresh fins have their bones and malices have no scent, this land is filled with regrets. Eat when you're hungry, sleep when you're tired, and when you miss your family, maybe it's as simple as going to them. Or are you really willing to let this go? There are a lot of things I don't want to let go of, but I can't hold on to them forever either. Jiang, I'm looking after the shop for me while I'm gone. You've been watching me cook for so long, you must have picked something up by now. If any customers come by, look after them for me, will you? Savors at Yu's, the House of Aftertaste. It ended up being a fitting name. The mortal realm really lingers on the tongue.
Oh, wow. Oh, there she is again. Captain, my report. The patrol battalion has dispatched all their men, and sweep searches are underway in 8 districts. Still no sign of the target.
It's been an entire day. Before day breaks, we must. Heard you were looking for me. Who's there?
Blaze!
Out of the way. What's this? Here to surrender? Good, you saved me the effort of searching the entire city for you. I don't care if you want to take me in for what I did at the feast or who I am. Now's not the time for it. I've got urgent business, so best you move it. Huh. I've never been this pissed off before. If you really want to get in my way, then come and try me.
Just remember, she's not a caster.
What are you going to do? I'm here to deliver a bowl of longevity noodles to the True Lung.
Nice.
Let me
Food
ponder
Guardian
how
medal.
best to command your exceptional leadership.
First and foremost, before I go
Yes,
on,
a
number one, I'm
compendium
gonna have to use the
of extraordinary
restroom.
talents
Number
will
two,
undoubtedly be
I
less
need
favored without
to
your story.
switch up and get her out of my staff, or out of my squad. Okay, so what was the medal I just got? Okay, I've obtained 2 of them. You accepted the historian's family visit application. Okay, so that was getting her. Complete OR8 with a 3-star rating with no more than 3 sapidity or vapidity consumed by wealth. Ah, that's a good medal. Cool. Okay. All right. We'll worry about medals another time. All right, chat. Give me, well, before I forget, let's change squad. Do it this way. Squads. Let's pull her out and we're putting Surfer back in.
Adding me to this wilderness mission was a wise choice.
Okay.
Trust me, Doctor.
So that's better.
Carnival costume.
Collect our
Put it
stuff
on.
here. And then we go back here. All right, I'm gonna leave it on this screen. I will be right back. I gotta go use the restroom real quick. Don't go anywhere. Okay. You know what I was thinking, chat? I need to find... I gotta do a little research and see if I can find matching outfits like this. Because this one's got Dusk on it. Wonder if I could find one for all the Sui siblings. And if not, maybe have one custom printed up for each one. Because this one I found on AliExpress, and I got it. Shorts and the top come together. I just wear a white t-shirt under it. So if I could find one for all the siblings, especially Shu, it'd be really cool. Blip. Surfer-chan! Oh my, okay. Here we go. OR-9, are we ready to fight the boss? And then wrap up the story. Not auto-deploy, we want to start. Here we go. Let's get a drink of water real quick. Ooh. Are we up in the Carlin Mountains again? Victoria is so close. It's snowing again. They should be wearing their winter garb by now. The hand soap we have is citrus scented. Makes my hands smell like orange. She was like a little stove as a child, a flame with passion in her veins. The snow and wind won't faze her. Aizhao winters are never this cold. She said the first volume should be done when spring comes. That's good. At life's end, I find no worries left to bear. The man takes off his Mandarin garb, folds it carefully, and places it down next to the books he used to carry, before bowing 3 times to the east. He walks out of the camp. Your flames are indeed hotter now. Your arts are greatly burdening your body, infected. Scared of the heat? Heh, it's just my blood. Though I know I'm standing here only because so many others have shed their own blood. Seems like you already know a lot. Not much at all. There's just one thing I need to know. Those who had their names erased, those who died dubious deaths, they need an explanation, an answer. To be honest, I didn't think my life would have such a complicated backstory, or that I'd fight for something other than the infected. But now I realize that injustice is the same for everyone, and I will spill my blood to end every injustice I encountered. Gonna be going into a meeting here at work. Be back unless the stream ends while I'm gone. Oh my! You're working at this hour. Oh, have fun with that. Enjoy your meeting. Blaze altar, flame on, flame on! Fantastic Four, sorry. Burning ablaze with your blood. Infected, you resemble the righteous of old. But don't rush to conclusions about justice when a single leaf blocks your view of the entire forest. What is with all the forest analogies here? In any case, I've been ordered to bring you back, and you absolutely cannot be let free. I know. I met your type before plenty of times. I guess I can't paint you all as bad guys. You've just been trained to shed no blood or tears, so you stop caring about anyone else's. Whatever, I won't argue. You sure can try to stop me, though. You are the enemy, but your courage deserves praise. Careful now. I'll spare your life, but I can't guarantee you won't lose a limb or two. Shongguan Baile Jingfa Cleave. It's you! I know you have a lot of questions, but there's only one pressing matter at hand. You wanted to see the true Lung, yes? I'm here to help. Lin Xingyan, you should be behind bars. Yet I stand here before you now. You've already lost to me once. This time, neither of you will escape. Don't worry, I have no plans to fight you alone. I know I asked to tag along, but this opponent will be hard to handle. An accomplice, even. So you were the one who freed her from prison. I just now noticed her ears. I don't know how I missed those before. I guess like everything here just going on with her hairstyle, I completely ignored that, but I just now noticed her ears. I'm dumb. It's time to cook. Indeed it is. I had to employ some crude measures, but I tried my best to avoid harming any innocents. Don't worry about settling the score. I have too many crimes I can't escape from, and this is just one more. When this matter is over, I will surrender myself to the law. But now there is something to be done and a meeting to be had. A discipline and supervision censor colluding with a judicial review office deputy minister in revolt. Such a preposterous scene is a first for me. If this is preposterous enough, then allow me to inconsequentially join the fray as well. Taihei! I trust you've been well, Drill Master. Taihei, were you not gravely wounded at Yumen? Yes, my injuries were quite serious. I'm unsure if my skills are even 1/3 as powerful as they used to be, which is why I hope there will be no cause for me to make any moves today.
Why would you even participate in this?
I have yet to grasp the full picture as to why Deputy Minister Lin has suddenly appeared here, but the two of you are my most respected colleagues, so I can only ask as an old friend that you two leave some space for negotiation.
How can you expect me to turn a blind eye when you lot insist on doing such a traitorous act?
Loyalty over righteousness. But whoever said you could only choose one from the two?
Righteousness. You're familiar with the case and the two individuals involved in it. Stand here before you now. Right or wrong, life or death, the choice is yours. But Shifu, this matter came to be from complicated causes. How can what is good or evil be determined so easily? The blade is in your hand. Make your choice. Shifu. You hesitate still. Shifu, if righteousness can only be upheld with the edge of my blade, then what sets it apart from violence? I don't understand. Stop dallying and go inside. Don't even think about... Signal to lower the Forbidden City's defenses. Could it be His Imperial Majesty? Oh, this is the scene. This was used as a backdrop in Where Vernal Winds Will Never Blow. Because this was the corner where Ling and Chongyue stood and talked.
You could see the Forbidden City from here. It was still spring when I last set foot in this tower. Much has happened within the last 6 months. The chill has come, and the wind atop the city walls is strong. Do take care for yourself, Grand Tutor. I imagine only a few from the court have seen Baijiao from this angle. Even from great heights, where the view stretches far, one's sight will sometimes be obscured by clouds. All the more reason that one should see and think before one acts. Do you know why I asked you to become advisor of Yumen? My thoughts were that you wanted me to broaden my horizons and see the big picture. An opportunity, but also a test. A test for what, exactly? To see if I am worthy. So you know why I have summoned you here today. Yes, Grand Tutor, you are disappointed in me. An excuse, or a genuine emotion. I understand what I did during the Feast of 100 Delicacies was a terrible idea. There was no other way. Suspending the feast will prevent the Grand Commandant from acting in drastic haste, and also allow the true Lung an opportunity. Since your involvement in this slew of disputes, thrice have you been forced to make a choice, and each time you cast the riskiest die. You placed your friends and even yourself onto the chessboard. Have you never once felt hesitation? I dare not claim it never crossed my mind, but I have always considered the choice most beneficial for all. A capable plotter, but the same cannot be said for your decision-making. My plan was to select a young talent, ambitious but not greedy, resourceful but selfless, and give them many chances to hone themselves. If the chance arose, I would entrust them with significant responsibilities. I thought you were a suitable candidate, but it often does not end well when a chess player uses himself as a piece on the board. You remind me of a colleague, who is no longer with us. I am humbled. Liang Jun, given another chance, would you willingly leave Shangshu? When I started my studies, I was determined to apply my life's learning to the benefit of the people, regardless of whatever position I had gotten from mere chance. My original ambition remains, and I hold no regrets over the choices I made. The incident at the Feast of 100 Delicacies cannot go unpunished. I will submit myself to the law. The Sky Mirror Pavilion's archive is lacking a transcriber. You will begin your duties there tomorrow morning. You have my gratitude, Grand Tutor. So he was involved then. Quite interesting. What is this? Time has come. The clouds concentrate, completely obscuring the moonlight. Have you met this once before? Never. Who exactly is the opponent he seeks on this Weiqi board? There are times when one seeks not an opponent to win against on the board, but a solution. A solution beneficial to both parties amid countless changes to the situation. There is something I wish to consult you on. What made you set up that exam in the first place? Shop's not closed yet, is it?
You've come at the right time. I'll close after I'm done with your order. It's late, so we don't have much left, but what would you like?
Anything to fill up my stomach on the road will do.
We happen to have half a steamer of meat buns here from the morning. You can have it for free.
Won't you be making a loss like this?
I only know how to cook. Not so good at business stuff.
Why not earn a name and riches with skills like yours?
What for? Both nobles and peasants eat the same 3 meals a day. I might as well make more buns than money or flame. Money or fame.
Wow, I can't speak! If you don't mind, another question. How much does a meal normally cost here?
Not much at all. The usual soup and 2 dishes cost just a few coins. Anyone who works here in Baizhou can eat their fill here.
I see you have a kind heart and compassion for others.
Aw, stop that. I'm just a chef who serves about 100 customers a day at most. I can only count on you to feed and clothe everyone else in this realm.
A free meal and a lesson to boot. Lucky me.
I just hope you don't get mad at me. I just like aimlessly chatting with customers about everything under the sun.
Your restaurant has been here a long time, if I'm not wrong. How are your finances?
Oh yeah, now that's a headache. You see, this little store of mine can barely make even. It's all thanks to the abundant crops from Dahuang and the fast deliveries from the Qidao that I can keep my store running. Otherwise, I'd have to raise the prices.
Are you sure you're not trying to give credit to your siblings?
But it doesn't stop there. My customers all live nearby. Some don't have enough coins, so they make up for it by sending me a few boxes of fresh fruit or helping me repair the furniture. Without their care, this restaurant wouldn't be running today. So you see, it's hard to balance a book like this. But this is how you do business, right? Who says one side has to profit all the time? You give and you take. It's mutual prosperity that brings wealth and keeps business thriving. Your meat buns are ready and all packed, Grand Tutor. But why don't you give one a try now?
Not bad at all. Word of advice. Don't take any more lessons from your businessman brother. AKA, don't listen to G.
Were you able to get a meal, sir?
Yes, I heard the buns from this place are the best in Baizhou. Try one yourself.
Wow, it's delicious.
All right.
All right, I'm ready to get back on the road. Where to?
Changshu.
How do I get there again? 7 streets and 5 lanes in the east of the city. I remember having to pass a dye workshop and a kiln first. My head hurts. It's been so many years. I wonder what changes. Oh, this calligraphy and painting store is still here. Surely their store sign can nearly be considered a historical relic. I could come back again for a stroll. Who knows? I might just find it. On a second thought, I probably couldn't if I tried.
Damn, what did G do to you? To me, nothing. I think G's an interesting character. I find him very intriguing. The whole weaving aspect and stuff that he does with the fabrics, the different things that he knows between the whole business, his history and the way it was explained in Here Are People Sows was fun to learn. I like G as a character. I just think it's funny how you can always tell when it's him that they're talking about.
Phew, almost there. This ancient temple hasn't changed at all. No one's been here in years. But it hasn't been torn down either. Just who is feeling nostalgic for it? I met the character who threw him shade earlier. Yeah, that's a good question. What did he do?
Lock's already opened. Oh, you're back. Oh, here we go. Longevity noodles. Feed me noodles. Noodle time. All right. Ooh.
The mung bean soup is already simmering. Whether
Okay.
you want your beans intact or
Texas, we're
fully
putting you here.
dissolved depends on how quickly
3 incursion points. Ooh, that was a perfect start. Okay. Okay. So we need Shu here
Spring breeze,
to get ready.
timely rain. Now
We're gonna put Surfer down here just to protect that area. It's not gonna matter too much. I like this song. Let's go. Guy's gonna go around a little bit, which is okay. We're gonna put Pookie here.
Water's not far. Stay put, and I'll fill the canteens.
21. Okay. Pookie, you're already there.
See the plains when equinox
Okay, Surfer's ready. Okay. We're just gonna use her for now.
illusion and intimidation are my technique.
25.
Get what you deserve. I mean,
Ah!
what you ordered.
No!
I'm
Oh, that
screwed
dude
up some.
sucks. Okay. Whoa, did I kind of screw something up? Because I feel like I might have.
Air's burning my lungs. Don't oil into a hot one. The heat is just perfect. Awaiting orders. You can't stop me.
Not what I wanted, but we're putting.
I never expected to.
That's my
clear skies.
Okay, 7 of 21.
enough to me. Only nightmares come to me.
Alright, Blaze is gonna go down. Nope, there we go. Okay. Her skill. Ah, just as his firewall ended. Damn, that sucks. That's alright. Okay, we're getting close. Activate! Oh my! Boss done! That was an easy boss.
Relax. Not you. Only
11 of 21.
nightmares come to me.
Thank you, Pookie and you. Y'all have fun.
Need speed to succeed.
I wasn't sponge and bone.
Cut them to pieces. Don't oil into a hot one. The heat
Buddy,
is
you're
just
not doing
perfect.
anything. I'm sorry. Okay. That's insane.
My blood is born triple flame. Scorch the heavens. The furnace. What do you fear most?
Go, Pookie.
Light shines on us.
Let's go. Destroy him. 21. Boom. Let's go. What kind of operators would be G and Wang? G is specialist, Yi Vanguard, I hope. That would make sense. Wang, I don't have any idea on either. He's still so damn mysterious. And I feel like... I don't know. I feel like there's many ways that you could go about him at this point until we really know further about what his true abilities are. The only thing that makes me think like potentially a specialist for him, the whole Wei Chi board thing, but I don't know. I don't know. He just, there's not enough about him to really know what he would fit best, because I mean, I guess you could kind of think of anything at this point. He's just the most mysterious out of all of them. Everybody else has something in a sense. And G, I also think of the fact that he could even potentially be a sniper in a sense because of his ability with the needle and stuff. I just keep thinking of like throwing needles. So I don't know, but some sort of an ability that if he would like throw those needles, he would like be able to pull threads and like group enemies together, pull them together in a sense similar to how like Shu can make them return to her and stuff like that. But, who else? There's someone someone else that brings them all together, which kind of makes things interesting. You know, having a character like that, him being able to pull them together and do massive damage through aerial attack is kind of cool too. But I don't know. Someday I'll be allowed to throw my best at the boss. The trust farms will end one day. For me on this boss, it wasn't hard, but it definitely wasn't easy either. You and Lap's skills cycles are 99% in sync, so if they aren't triggered together, they'll never line up. We're aware of Jin US too. Reflection there. Why should anyone be born destined to bear all this? I remember when Father was alive, he often stood atop the palace tower, my brother beside him. Father often said this: water can carry a boat, but also sink it. Likewise, this great height where we stand can also be the start of a plunge into the abyss. Whew. Excuse me. He used to watch the city before him for long periods of time, or perhaps it was the vast territory in the distance. He watched both what he could and could not see. Before my eyes, the city flourished, while his body gradually bent into an arc and his hair turned white as snow. And I knew he was old. Then I began hearing all sorts of voices. The true Lung is an authoritarian dictator who has imposed many harsh policies. Great Yan will be in trouble if this continues for long. Your Highness, please put the country first and admonish the true Lung, abolish his harmful policies, and bring a new start to this realm. The people are uneasy. I should do something. But what should I do? Who can I trust? I thought of someone, a person who is rumored to have fathomed every plan possible. That ancient temple had long been deserted, but I tried everything I could and located a black stone. Oh yeah, their skills are very close. I think Wang would be an arts guard. Maybe a guard? I don't know about arts guard. Maybe even a brand new type. Maybe a brand new type of guard altogether. Some new subclass that we haven't experienced yet. What do you want? A solution for Yan and for my elder brother. And why should I help you? Help me now, and in time I will spare your life. How amusing. You are bold, young Lung. A solution is not difficult, but it comes with a price. Are you willing to pay that price? With the Grand Preceptor's help, Brother ended up entering the Forbidden City with Qishao in hand. The 6 armies conceded. No one dared stop him. No one knows what exactly happened inside the Forbidden City then. Father died. Brother vanished. Why? Am I to be alone now? So, Wei Yanwu entered with Qishao? What is the meaning of this bowl of noodles?
I made some longevity noodles just for you. Aren't you going to try it?
Why?
Because today's your birthday, right? The little squirt told me the true Lung's birthday is a day after the Mid-Autumn Festival, but he celebrates his birthday together with the festival out of humility. I know a little something about hiding your birthday myself. I just thought it was so sad for a man of such high status to not get to decide when to celebrate his own birthday.
Such beautiful artwork. I know you. Making your way here despite the odds, the risks, and even the possibility of losing your life. You must have something to say to me.
Of course. To think that my life is so closely connected to someone I haven't even met before. That feeling is just so surreal. So I had to come and meet you. I was planning to offer this to you yesterday during the feast, but a whole bunch of things messed up my plan. Now's a good time as any, though. I know it's Yanni's custom to discuss important matters over a meal. So dig in. When you're done, I have a load of questions to ask, and I want answers. Pa, there's so much dust on the table I almost ate some by accident.
You.
It's me.
Did they just make that joke? You.
It's me.
Oh, come on.
What's with the attitude? Not happy to see me?
I didn't think you would be the last one to get in my way.
Get in your way? What for? I've got better things to do. I just want my worrisome brother who hasn't been home in a long time to have a proper meal. After a century, the first thing you do is return to this rundown temple. Do you feel like you haven't been locked up enough here? Or do you actually like it here?
I started this round of Wei Qi here, and likewise, I will end it in this temple.
All right, but first, clear up the table. There's no space for a bowl.
Why?
To eat, of course. What else?
You know what I'm planning to do.
Whatever it is, you shouldn't do it on an empty stomach.
I've got it, Trap Master. Ooh. Now that's a good idea. That would actually, that does make a lot of sense. That's very fitting. For what we do know about him, his uniqueness in comparison to all the other siblings, a Trap Master. And that does kind of go hand in hand thinking about the way Go or Wei Qi works in setting traps for your opponent to try and capture space and things like that. Trap Master overall, the concept of that, very fitting, very fulfilling. Should have been a quiet night. The faint rustling of armor echoes from afar, evoking the image of cold blades glinting silver under the moon. The crisp cries of startled foul beasts only deepen the temple's solitude. Those outside still remain, awaiting orders and waiting for the one inside to come up with an answer.
What a show you've put on, with so many people for just one meal. Moons on the 15th are fullest on the 16th, as they say. So we could still have a reunion dinner today, even if we missed our chance yesterday. There's no need to rush, so why not finish this meal before you go? Wang, my second eldest brother. Is your Imperial Majesty surprised to see a woman who shouldn't exist?
No. I looked for you for a long, long time. I just didn't think you'd be taken so far away, hidden so deep.
I only found out yesterday that I'm still alive because of a heavy price that someone paid for me. I'm afraid the story will be hard to imagine for your Imperial Majesty. But you know, I made it in here without much trouble. Must have been your doing. So, you probably have something to tell me too, right?
Your very appearance here is itself the answer I seek. I know you have many questions. Ask them. Whatever your questions, I shall permit them.
That's so. I thought my mere presence would have angered you. To be honest, you're quite different from what I expected. I thought the true Lung would be like the rumors said, imposing and indifferent, impersonal.
How rude. You know well to whom you speak at this very moment.
To be honest, not really. I mean, 2 weeks ago, you were still just someone from the stories. When I was little, my dad told me lots of Yanni's stories, historical classics, myths, and legends. But no matter what, he always spoke of a wise and strong emperor. An emperor who toiled for his people. He had to make major decisions for the whole nation. Every decree issued was in the name of absolute justice. Great Yan thrived under his governance. Sometimes I'd ask him, why not go back if you liked it so much? I was curious what this Yan he always talked about was actually like. After all that curiosity, I got to tour around Baisao these past few days. I saw a flourishing nomadic city where most work and live in peace and contentment. So I figured his stories were true. And you're probably a good ruler.
Your father.
You probably don't remember him. He was just a nameless nobody to you. My guess is even the dish that offended you a decade ago isn't worth remembering. He wasn't actually my real father even, just acted out of his so-called morals, and saved a baby he thought was innocent. So I think he was probably a good man too.
Gu Quan. I remember. I remember it all.
Actually, my dad talked about another Yanni's too, someone who was a teacher to many. He said that she devoted herself to the country to better everyone's lives, giving many scholars from humble backgrounds like him a chance to study. After I arrived in Baishao, I heard a lot of stories and found out she wasn't someone from a fairy tale. Yan did indeed have someone like her. I found out she was actually my relative. Your Imperial Majesty, could you tell me her story?
She was one of the 3 Grand Ministers, admired by all, stern and unyielding, a timeless role model, the Grand Preceptor. She was the wisest and most learned erudite in Yan. Most imperial decrees issued in court at the time were based on her judgments. She was a teacher to many, including me.
A teacher to many? My dad said that although he was only her student for a few days, he was fortunate to have benefited from her wise words and remains forever in debt to them. It's an ancient Yanni's saying. I can't recall it exactly, but it basically means everyone has their own standards of right and wrong, so there's no universal definition. Despite this, people should still follow what's right in their hearts.
In worldly turmoil we tread. In our own conscience we trust. I remember it. She said it to me as well.
Which brings me to my next question. As your teacher, what did she teach you?
How to conduct myself as a person, as a minister, as a ruler.
Sounds complicated. What are the differences between the 3?
As a person, to exercise decency and virtue, and keep the house in order. As a minister, demonstrate utmost loyalty and concern to the nation and people. As a ruler, always put the people before yourself, and strive to govern wisely. Make decisions for the sake of the realm. My words weigh heavy, and can never be rescinded.
Can I understand that as you have all the power in your position, but lose the right to admit any mistakes? Trulung of Yan, I want to ask you this. How did such a good person turn into a scheming traitor in everyone's eyes? Do you think she was falsely accused?
No. No, this is wrong. Was she falsely accused? It was not the answer, but a solution. Sacrifice the life of one so the entire nation can be stabilized, and its people pacified.
Trulung, how do the noodles taste?
Why?
I hear it's hard to get even good food down when you're feeling bad over something. Do you have regrets?
Quite a thing to ask. And she's bold to do it, but good for her.
I heard you were here, Grand Tutor. I have an urgent matter to report.
Zola. I just consolidated the survey data from the Farron mythologist, who has just returned from outside Yan. Excuse me, I went and used the wrong...
I just consolidated the survey data from the Farron mythologist who has just returned from outside Yan. In the northeast, north, and west of Yan, a total of 5 Farronmuts have shown signs of awakening. Currently, this behavior cannot be explained by pure coincidence, although it is currently unknown how this relates to the current convict's plot. If we start a war against the bestial Sui now, I fear the situation may spiral out of control. You don't seem surprised at all. Was this within your calculations as well?
He has been scheming for a century. This is but one of his plots. After all that he has done, it cannot be mere mutual destruction he seeks.
But he's in Baishao right now, only one step away from the tomb of Sui. If he adamantly presses on...
If he does, then Yan will not hesitate either.
Was the capital like this also 120 years ago? The convict had sneaked into the tomb of Sui in a futile attempt to eliminate it by himself. This resulted in the death of a proxy, and the bestial Sui began to stir. I looked through the Sui regulator archives. Excuse me. But I never managed to figure out how he entered the mausoleum in the first place. Just who helped him enter the tomb of Sui?
Funny thing, when I was reading Sitter Kusano and Lap Altars events, I kept on mixing people up when I was reading. I get it. I do that. Like, I'll be looking down at the letters, and you know how, like, they'll change. Whoever's not talking is in, like, the shaded look, and the other is full color. I tend to miss that. Like, my eyes are so focused on the words, and I'm, like, tunnel visioned on it, that I don't see that, so I don't see the switch, and that messes me up all the time. So that's why I end up doing it so often. I'm so bad at that, but it's all good.
Why haven't you touched your chopsticks? Don't feel like eating?
A worthless move. A waste of time.
I know you're in a hurry, but I'm sure you can squeeze a meal in at least. Sheesh, I didn't even complain about the time it took to make all these. Do you know how long I spent preparing this pot of soup?
Tell me.
If we start counting from the moment you left, about a century? Even longer if I include the time I spent sourcing ingredients and figuring out what to cook.
Have you found the flavor you were searching for after all this time spent in preparation?
No, I haven't. How could it be that easy? But I came to understand something. There is no perfect dish in this realm. No matter how long I let this pot of soup stew, there's no way I could include every single flavor there is in it. It's just one dish. Even a banquet spread of myriad delicacies will leave some unsatisfied. But so what? People will always think about what to eat for their next meal. Saving what they didn't get for next time is what gives life hope, what keeps life going. I remember a phrase Jie, my third eldest sister, taught me. What is truly complete becomes incomplete. What should be the shorter version of what I just said right now? Water fills, then spills. Moons wax, then wane. Wang, do you still remember what Jie meant when she gave you your true name in one lone word?
You came here to convince me.
With all I've said, am I not also convincing myself? When I walked out of that tomb, I couldn't tell the difference between how a human should live compared to a beast. I watched the people around me, both nobles and peasants alike. No matter the time or age, the people in this realm are mostly unhappy, miserable. Yes, this land is flooded with suffering. Mortality is inevitable. Meetings are fickle. Requests go unfulfilled, and love will leave one day. What happiness and joy there is seems so minuscule in comparison. Humans seek happiness and satisfaction, but they are no gods from the legends. With their remarkable powers, most times they find themselves helpless, powerless. My curiosity continued. What's the point of living when there's so much hardship everywhere? Only after a long time did I come to discover there is no happiness without sadness. How can one feel the joy of birth without knowing the grief of death? How can one rejoice over a meeting without experiencing the reluctance of separation? I finally realized every taste in this realm begins from the flavor known as regret.
The man silently picks up the pair of chopsticks and slowly uses them to put food into his mouth. Warmth spreads from the tip of his tongue to the rest of his body, and he cannot help but feel a little moved.
Wang, do you still remember? You had just returned from the northern border with your troops. I heard you just were back fresh from a fierce battle. I'd just opened my restaurant in Baixiao then. Jie was also in town for some errands, so the three of us enjoyed a rare dinner together. I still remember. Jie made an exception and drank several cups of wine. She imitated her eldest sister's drunken posture, writing poems on the wall. I never saw you so happy before. It wasn't until midnight that the dinner ended. I was so tired I fell asleep at the table. The next day I woke in bed. The two of you were nowhere to be seen. I was happy. It was the first time you had a meal with us, but I didn't think it would also be the last. After that, we never met up again. Neither you nor Jie.
What exactly do you mean to say? Oh, how pretty! It's Shu! Dusk.
Nian?
D?
At first, I didn't understand why humans insisted on having meals together. Afterward, I slowly realized a will to eat well also means a will to live well. People who eat together can help each other and live on. It's hard, but I've always been hoping to eat together as a family again. I've imagined many times of how my big brothers and sisters would come back to Baizhou one day.
There's Ling. Chongyue. Is this supposed to be Wang?
Maybe Nian and Dusk would squabble on one side of the table. Shu would bring back some fresh greens, while Ji would show off some mysterious treasures he'd gotten from who knows where. Maybe you're sitting together with our eldest brother and sister, yep, talking about the view from a frontier fortress I've never seen, and the strange stories that happened over there. I know our eldest brother is busy with official duties, and our eldest sister seems so freewheeling, but they're always thinking about their younger siblings, same as you. I remember all your favorite flavors. I racked my brain thinking about what dishes to make for our feast. Even if I knew deep down the day might just never come. But I still keep on hoping, because this is what keeps me from feeling hollow inside. It's what keeps my life going.
It's such a sad and yet bittersweet thing. You know well it's an impossibility. Harboring these unrealistic ideals will only increase your burden.
I know, but deep inside I just can't stop thinking about it. It's just human nature to do that. To be honest, I miss Jie pretty deeply too. When she vanished, I spent every day thinking about her.
Oh, he's crying.
I would think about her when I woke up, when I prepared meals. I'd remember how she taught me to read and write, and how she'd taste my cooking. Every time I would cry. That was when I learned how eternal separation tastes to humans. Of course, I know you feel the same. So the regret and pain inside you, I could sympathize too.
Sympathize? How exactly do you plan on sympathizing with what I've gone through?
You forget, we're all I know you hate how the Sui regulator watched Jie die. You hate our eldest brother because he stopped you from taking revenge. You even hated Jie, resented her for paying the price on your behalf. But the one you hate the most is yourself. I know you, Wang. You're off to do something you have to do, and there's no way I can convince you to give up. I just want to say you don't need to go in there ready to die. I can't bear to lose any of you. She gave you a brocade.
Brocade.
Shu gave you seeds. The only thing I could give you is this bowl of soup.
What is this?
It's a power I've never used before. I combined it with everything I've seen and experienced over 100 years outside the tomb to make this bowl of soup. Just take it as a helping from you to you.
Sorry. I shouldn't laugh at that, but you to you, that's funny.
Wang, my brother, I really want you to come back safe.
The haggard-looking man is silent for a long time. He raises his hand as if wanting to wipe the tears off of the young man's face, but ultimately, his arm drops back down feebly. I didn't want you to get involved in this. You especially. You've forgotten who you are, forgotten the difference between man and beast, and even forgotten the answer you sought, which is fine. You could have just lived on as you were. So why? Why did you remember and come here?
It's fine if I forget who I am, but I can never forget the flavors deep inside. The feelings for the people I care about.
You have all dwelled in the mortal realm for too long and resemble humans too much. But in the end, it is a mere resemble. I will help all of you. I will help all of you smash these fetters open. I will help all of you find a place on this land. I will help all of you become human.
Brother!
The man puts down his chopsticks and bowl. He stands up and walks outside. It was only later that I realized what the price he spoke of truly meant. It was a consequence I had never imagined before, even though my elder brother, with the Grand Preceptor, had long foreseen this outcome, or perhaps it was a way out. Ridding a guilty Grand Preceptor and leaving a legitimate and innocent prince to succeed to the throne was the best result Yan could have, and also the choice they expected me to make. Which I did. But what for? Is this the only way? Through a path paved with lies? Is this fear? Am I afraid of making a misstep and stirring unrest in the state? Afraid that history will inscribe my name with infamy for eternity? Is this resentment? Do I resent her for causing me to lose all that I had? Resent him for not staying behind to face all of this together? Or do I resent myself for not doing more? Why am I feeling like this? How long have I not tasted such flavors? Is this regret? You know well it was a critical time. The true Lung had just died from an unknown cause. The court was in panic, and powerful foes were waiting just outside. If the situation hadn't been stabilized in time, the bloodshed would have been more than 1,000-fold greater. No, you don't understand. How could you?
It's true, I don't. All these considerations you've mentioned are leagues away from me. I couldn't even begin to imagine what it feels like being responsible for the fate of so many people. The most noble sacrifice I've seen was just a few idiots who shed all their blood on the battlefield for their ideals. But your Imperial Majesty, you definitely know it's a lie, convincing the masses with this explanation. A lie that happened just because the people will not allow the true Lung to make a mistake. The Yan, under your rule, has so much land, so vast it can accommodate 100 nomadic cities, millions of people. So why couldn't it hold one more kind-hearted person? Don't you feel any remorse for her?
What choice should I make? What choices did I even have? How do I explain these principles to the one before me? No. Why should I even tell her? Why did I meet her? What did I want to hear from her?
Well, I get it. It's not a choice you'd make alone when considering the so-called big picture. Truth is not always power. When public opinion can triumph. Everyone sees and believes in different things. The so-called truth only holds true to whoever claims it first. My dad spent his whole life trying to find out the truth, but he chose to accept this. It's not because he forgave you. He just agreed with the result that you and that Grand Preceptor wanted to achieve together. The occupant of the Dragon Throne puts down his chopsticks, and a light, faint sigh echoes throughout the Great Hall. How do you want me to compensate for this? Compensate? No, that's impossible. I know, to you and Yan, the reputation of one or the fates of few are not even worth mentoring. But for those unfortunate souls swept away by your grand plan, their suffering can't be undone.
Then, how do you want...
Yeah, well, I was thinking about it before I came here. What kind of outcome do I even want? An apology from you to clear their names? But is that enough to comfort those who are gone? Is that enough comfort to those who are gone? Does it mean anything to those left behind? I even considered the worst outcome of our meeting.
A ball of flames ignites and extinguishes within Blaze's palm, illuminating the palace for just a moment.
I just want you to promise me one thing. Don't forget them.
Such a simple but meaningful thing to ask. If it's not clear, the Grand Preceptor was her mother. Yep. For sure. I said before, there is no need to wait on me here. Your Imperial Majesty's safety is paramount, so I beg your pardon for our defiance against your rule. The trader's descendant wantonly barged into the Forbidden City. It was a merciful act to grant her an audience. Shall we charge her on grounds of deceiving your majesty? No. News from the Sui regulator. The convict has returned to the ancient temple. Both Tianxi's and Imperial guardsmen are already in position. Yuman is also ready for battle. Shall we give the order to slay him at once?
Pass on my decree. Lacey! You... Good to see you alive. What happened to you? Your face is all black and blue. Got your ass whooped. Ha! You're one to talk. I could feel your hand trembling. Are you scared? Yeah, I'm scared. That's the true Lung, after all. The king, the boss of a whole country. Just one word from him and many heads will roll. I'm not scared of dying. I've been on the battlefield, after all. I've been in shit more dire than this. I'm just scared that my meeting with the true Lung would be fruitless, wasting the opportunity everyone fought so hard for. You idiot. Then tell me quick, what did you talk about with the true Lung? I asked him for an explanation. For my dad, a younger sister, a relative I never met. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I'm sure he felt. What's wrong?
Ashes? Or snow?
It's snowing?
Two are in such a hurry, they only notice now the surrounding air has gradually gotten colder. The energy poles scattered throughout the city gradually power down. It is mid-autumn, but the temperature plummets as if it's winter. In contrast to the dimming city lights, the twin moons shine ever brighter. Snow starts to fall. Time's almost up. We should go, Deputy Minister Yu. Put it on me.
But, Deputy Minister Yu, we were all aware of the man you are, so why not?
All criminals should walk with a kang and chains. Even suspects should be clapped in irons. And this is how you conduct yourself as a warden. Put it on me. As you say, forgive my dereliction of duty. Duty. Go slow. Let us savor this moonlight. A snowflake floats through a window, landing on the prisoner's face.
What the? Weather like this in the middle of autumn, and we even have snowflakes?
Guquan, I've done what I promised you, brother. Nian is back in the study. She takes out a pen and paper along with an incomplete history book manuscript. Story of the past, the hidden names. She knows them now and should be able to finish the final chapter. Yet she hesitates, her pen still. A gust of wind flings the window open and shuts the book. A single snowflake lands on her draft, making the first stroke.
What? It's snowing. Please.
Is your shopkeeper still not here?
He's really not here this time.
It's fine. I guess I'm bound to never meet him. I vowed to show everyone a feast of 100 delicacies never before seen, but it turned out to be a joke in the end. I'm a joke myself as well. I'm ready to let go, be it Ding Feng Lo or my culinary skills.
Chef Mo, he told me to give this to you when you showed up here looking for him.
You know I would come.
Jiang brings out an empty bowl, where a wooden plate lies within. Carved on it, in firm, strong strokes, are 4 Yanese characters. Tian Jia Di Yi, first under heaven. I was told this title weighs heavy, but it cannot feed the hungry. He also said that while culinary skills can be compared, hunger treats kings and paupers alike. And that it didn't matter if there would be future top chefs or just common cooks among those people on that snowy night. He would have made that pot of noodles for them anyways.
The old man is struck dumb and then immediately bursts into hearty laughter. Snow buffets his face. Buffets his face. He has not felt this awake or elated for a long time. Interesting. Oh, there's Wang again. Oh my. Heed the true lung's decree. Mobilize 7/10 of the city's energy to open the tomb of Sui. Yes, the Farenmuts are also the citizens of Yan, no different than humans, and if my citizen has an injustice to appeal, I will grant him permission. Should he succeed, he would render Yan a meritorious service by ridding this 1,000-year concern once and for all. If he fails and the bestial Sui awakens, then he shall have the full might of Yan behind him. Together, we shall slay the beast until the threat is no more. Your Imperial Majesty, do you intend to pardon the convict? Yes. There are many more I should pardon. I pardon the convict Farenmut Wang for the crimes of manipulating the court and deceiving the Emperor. I pardon the Grand Preceptor for the crimes of false counsel, self-deprecation, and treason. I pardon the deposed Imperial heir Yan Wu for the crimes of dereliction of duty, abandoning his brother, and failing to uphold righteousness. As for myself, failing to discern right from wrong, bringing injustice upon the good, failing to prevent war, leading to the deaths of many. Crimes so heinous a pardon is impossible. Though unworthy of the throne I occupy, I must do what I can. I will ensure Yan's fate belongs solely to its people. I will settle my debt to this nation in full, and when that day comes, I will await judgment for my crimes. Yan Wu, it will be time for you to return. Ooh. The night sky remains clear. Only a few thin clouds float above. The twin moons unobstructed. The wind delivers a chill at a perfect temperature. Passers-by stop in their tracks to watch the inexplicable sight.
So much snow. What? What's going on here? Baijiao's energy poles are reducing their power. It seems the energy is being redirected elsewhere. The city has not seen snow for many years. I see.
Blaze recalls when she entered the city. Her eyes were drawn to these innumerable energy poles that seemed to never dim. She remembers that Qingshu had told her Baijiao's magnificent founding history. This city, this vast nation, history, and time, they have never stopped for anyone. Until now.
In Xingyan, doesn't snow that falls out of season carry special meaning in Yanni's stories? What are you trying to imply? The truth is now revealed with white? Heaven sends snow to finally right a long-standing injustice. The typical snow in a summer story? Maybe, or something else. Those who are gone, what they leave behind will eventually disappear, just like the snow here. I know. I hope the snow will last a while longer.
City reminds me of, Night City, Cyberpunk. Way too much. Fully armed armored soldiers line up both sides of the path, spanning across the entire city. The man drags himself through a long black corridor. With every step he takes, he feels that ancient, enormous existence responding to his visitation. An angry roar, a hoarse howl.
Ooh, oh my head. This doesn't feel like the usual hangover from the Husong wine I had last night. Alas, I see. It awakens from its farcical dream. Inevitability. Fine. Let's go have a look after this cup. Let's see what scenes await at the end of this millennium-long dream.
The poet looks into the distance. Clouds screen the sun, the realm obscured.
Who was it? Professional work should be left to actual pros. Who the heck messed with my adjustments? Zip it. I've been here the entire time and no one's come. I sneaked out for just 2 rounds of mahjong with the Nongye Tianxi's next door. How did this heart get hypertension again? Do you still not get it? I'm afraid they've arrived. Arrived? But those old fellows at Baizhou let him go in that easily? Did you forget, a century ago, he walked into the tomb the exact same way. Afterward, Jie vanished. And we still don't know what even happened. This time... Dusk, you're scared. Yes, I am. This is it. Only someone without a heart or brain wouldn't be afraid. I have no intention to just vanish. Oh, it's rare we agree on something. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry before those old bones realize what we're up to. You want to... With how things are, there's no way we're just going to sit here and wait to die. The silly regulator is the least of our concerns right now. Let's go back home and hold a real family reunion. So it's you. I heard your voice. It's been a long time. Shh, I know you're in a bad mood. I can feel it too. I mean, I've spent the longest time in the tomb after all. I probably know you better than the others. Strange. We're all I, so what's the point of going into this one side must perish situation? There's no explaining it, so I can only reluctantly accept it. You're strong, but I don't think I don't think we will lose to you. You slept for 1,000 years after all. While we've spent that time living real lives, so how can we lose, right? I can't use the power I took from you, so take it back. Consider it a farewell from me. There's no avoiding this outcome, so we might as well treat it as a salvation. Sleep. The stove fire is lit. It is a warm flame, harboring life and hope, enough to dispel the chill of the winter night and the anxiety in the people's hearts. The restless ancient behemoth far away returns to calm yet again. Moonlight fills the city, and every dreamer dreams a good dream. Seeking an answer, he feels lost. Clarity he finds in worldly flavors. His life is a feast, and eternity a flame. Interesting little poem. The background music is nice. Well, good morning to you, Musi. Hope you have a good night. I will. Remember to sleep at a good hour. As soon as we finish up here, this is the end of the story. I will be definitely going to sleep, but I appreciate that. Don't you worry. I took a pretty big nap before I got on here, so I'm not really missing out on any sleep, which is pretty cool. I worked it out nicely tonight. It's gotten quiet inside. I suppose our youngest brother's soup was timely. We ended up troubling him a little. Was your visiting him earlier not part of your plan? Truly nothing gets past you. This is it. Shall we go in together? No. Hand me the items. With this blade, and what we got from our dear sister and youngest brother, our strength still pales in comparison, but at least the odds don't seem insurmountable. But now... Brother? This is well enough. You've done what I've asked of you. What I promised you, you already have. Our debt is settled. I will finish this myself. What's that supposed to mean? Things are finally even. If we have it your way, won't I be in your debt again? Leave, G. Oh! Music from Here People Says. I love it. What happens next is between us. Beautiful. Oh, wow. I've been playing against me all along, in order to determine a winner. We have long since ceased to be your vassals. Now we must fight for victory or death. Just like the battle a millennium ago, this too is inevitable. Your arrogance, your indifference, it all stops here.
Are you angry? Afraid? Anticipating? Come. Your move. Awesome. I love that music. I love that
A battle
soundtrack.
without an explosion or
Elegant
cheering
gourmet
makes me
metal.
feel a little uneasy. Let's head back.
We are almost
Bedroom.
finished. We just have the last story piece here, ST-3, to wrap that up. I am curious about the metal, though. Let me collect this stuff. And let's see what that is. Metal list. Complete all stages and flavor of food with 3-star ratings. Let's go. 7 more. All right, let's finish this up. This Essence Herbal Soup. What night is it? A gloomy mausoleum sits in pitch black silence in the chaotic darkness. Even time seems to come to a standstill. How long has it been since the last sign of activity in here? But on this day, a new voice echoes in the tomb. Where is this? A tomb. Who am I? Unknown. Who are you? Also unknown. Though they did give me a name. Sui. Ah, this is cool. I like this picture. Have you been here for a long time? It is Jin who Wang is going after. I think I'm gonna hop off the stream. See ya. Alright, Gothic, I appreciate you being here for as long as you have. Take care. Get some good sleep. I sent some work in progress of that Chibi challenge, though. Okay, I'll check it out. I'll check it out after we finish up. That's awesome. Get some good sleep. Enjoy your night. Appreciate you being here, as always. Keeping things lively and fun. If you would, Mr. Yu, before you take me away, might I make a presumptuous request? If it's not too much trouble, could you go over to that small restaurant across the street and buy me a bowl of plain rice with a cup of tea? It's no good to be imprisoned on an empty stomach. It's my job. Please wait a moment.
Are you going?
The sentence has been passed. I can't very well dally around the Judicial Review Office.
I know, which is why I'm here today to send you off.
You don't seem to resent me.
Now that I know the whole truth, I find no reason to resent you. Although I could resent you for not telling me earlier.
If I did, I fear you might be clad in the same fetters as I have on me now. I had to leave a few worthy successors for the Judicial Review Office.
I've raised an objection to your conviction. In truth, if you feel this unjust, you can request a review at the 3 organs of justice.
Could you possibly think what I did is unworthy of a decade behind bars?
But all that you did was ultimately for.
What difference does it make? The law is the law, not a mere guide to what is moral. If I refuse to comply with the law today, how many more like me will there be in the future? And how much chaos will they create in the name of morality? It is unlike a disciple of mine to be spouting such words.
I have been careless in my words.
It is up to young people like you and those who follow to steer the law closer to what many deem is right. I'll be waiting for that day. And since that pine tree on the mountain still stands, I'll also be waiting for you to cut it down and craft me a coffin from its wood. By the way, why have you come here today not dressed in the Judicial Review Office's uniform?
I resigned. A thunderclap can illuminate a moment, but it cannot distinguish what is good or evil, true or false, for everything. There are many things I cannot perceive clearly. The pine tree remains on the mountain, but it is merely a tree. What the mountain climber sees in the tree depends on their intentions. I will return to the Tianxi Bureau and practice my craft for a while.
Very well. Doing something you don't understand with muddled eyes will never bring you any achievements.
Sir, there is still one thing I do not understand. Why exactly did you insist on investigating the Grand Preceptor's case?
Why do you ask?
I organized the files surrounding this case only to find Guquan was not the only one who sacrificed everything he had for this affair. Guquan may have had his own motives, but you have no direct connection to the case, save for being under orders back then to bring this unresolved case at the Judicial Review Office to light. Mr. Yu, the meal you wanted. The waiter at Savers at Yu's refused to take payment, and even said they look forward to seeing you again. Strange, I didn't even mention the meal was for you. I recall meeting Guquan in a restaurant several decades ago when he imparted this to me. Too many colors blind the eyes. Too many flavors dull the tongue. I only understood his words later, probably owing to my short-sightedness and dull sense of taste. My eyes see only the unvarnished truth, and my tongue savors only the unaltered taste. The man clad in prisoner attire turns around and takes one last look at the plaque above the doors of the Judicial Review Office and the courtroom behind the doors. He bends down, scoops a handful of unmelted snow under a cypress tree, and sprinkles it onto his rice bowl. He finishes his meal in a few mouthfuls. Tasty. Thus I depart. A little bit of snow on that rice. Rice and a cup of tea. It actually kind of made me think there is like a tea on rice or something. But why are you here? Because of a mistake, an oversight. I can feel it. You're in so much pain, so much anger. But after so long, your wound is healing, your rage subsiding. You sound exhausted. Yes. My consciousness, my soul, it is split into multiples. Just like you. Where did they go? Outside the tomb, they call it the mortal realm. The mortal realm. Is it a beautiful place? Not at all. There I have witnessed the most savage slaughters, the most malicious plots, the most merciless betrayals. Kin destroys kin, love turns to hate. Arrogance caused my failure, because I could not comprehend human emotions. If the mortal realm is such a vicious and repulsive place, then why did they go there anyway? Because... Yeah? Who goes there? Oh my god, her! Quite the distance you've hiked. Where are you off to? Why does it concern you? I'll tell you why. You caused a ruckus in Nian, and you expect me to do nothing. You old things probably forgot the pain of a wound before it even healed. If we could beat you up and drive you out then, we can do it again now. With just yourself. Laughable. Oh, was that a challenge to a fight? Let's go. I know you have a few worlds down in that belly of yours. Let's see who's stronger, you or that painter. Let's see how long your leftover worlds can stand against my flames. You will pay for your impertinence. I want to know more about her. There's hardly anything. She's so mysterious. Forget it. There's no use in killing you. You'd only mold another body to life, just like before. If this is your excuse for backing down, I accept. I can't be bothered to argue with you, but before I locate your true form and off you for good, there's a question I want to ask. I'm curious. What exactly did that Weiqi failure promise you to make you obey his orders so willingly? No, not just you, all of you. His plots do not concern me. We only share some common goals. The one I seek is that disgraceful traitor imprisoned in a tomb. If you only wanted revenge, you should have just killed its proxies one by one, then wait for it to die in war with Yan. So many years have passed. Your so-called kin on this land surely only numbers a few now. You're just feeling nostalgic. This human emotion is what makes you different than beasts. Absurd. Nope. That can't be the only reason why you've conspired with him. I don't think you can fool me in all these years. Yan has always kept a few pairs of eyes on you. Are you lot still thinking about that thing under Baizhao? A cave. Lee! And waifu! Uncle Lee, are we gonna find Dad here? This was the only place I got after asking around. After so many years apart, it's the first time I was hoping news about him would turn out to be false. But I can't think of anyone else who'd fit the bill. Someone so obsessed with martial arts that they've fought everyone worth fighting, and even intentionally injured others on multiple occasions.
How did he end up like this?
No clue. His obsession is unmatched, although the stronger the obsession is, the harder it usually is for the mind to break.
What was that?
Waifu. We'll find him soon, but be careful. You might be the only one who can wake him from his madness.
Let's go, Uncle Lee.
Is the blade falling into his hands truly a sleight of fate? Liangjun, oh Liangjun, if something were to happen to Huai Tianpei, it'd be on your head. Ooh. Oh, wow. That's interesting. What is Ya? Ya is a Farenmut, yeah, of some sort. I'm not exactly sure how they tie to, everything, but they're definitely a Farenmut. I'm pretty sure that was revealed at the end of Where Vernal Winds Will Never Blow. Oh no, what happened to Daddy? Something with that blade. He was entrusted the blade at the end of that as well, Where Vernal Winds Will Never Blow, from Chongyue. I'm thinking right. So something's going on. Drove him to some sort of a madness, obviously. And Lee says specifically about Liangjun. So something with him? Or rather that it would fall to be his responsibility for it. That's interesting. From a distance, a burly body can be vaguely seen in the depths of the cave. Heavy fists repeatedly pound the rock walls, leaving bloodstains that resemble plum blossoms. Every punch shakes the entire cave. Only now do the visitors realize this cave has been carved out by the punches. 40 years. The first under heaven. When did I... Oh, wait, they kept making mention to that too. The first under heaven back then. And then that pops up again here in terms of the cooking with Mobufu. And you again. I should probably stop calling him that. No, not at all. Call him daddy all you want. I mean, he is waifu's daddy, but still. The blade, I can't give it away. Throw. I better throw it away. My daughter. I won't let you harm her.
Dad? Dad, wake up! Dad!
You can almost see Baizhou from here. Visiting this post house has unexpectedly turned into a trip down memory lane. You lot insisted on following me, so why the silence now? All who died here are our brothers. All for loyalty. Lord Wei, someone's following us. Watch out. Impressive swordplay. In the many years since we last met, your swordplay has turned incomparable. Lady Chen. Oh my god! She shows up.
Long time no see, Wei Yanwu. Uncle.
Uiche.
I thought what you did in Lungmen was the stupidest decision you could make. You and these men. What are your plans now, even?
You shouldn't be here. Could it be Fumizuki? She told you.
I made this decision myself. Nothing to do with anyone else.
This affair likewise has nothing to do with you.
True. I've never asked about your past. I considered it your private business and felt I had no right to pry. I've been to many places these past few years and seen many things I never saw or even thought of before. I think I've come to understand that despite all the contradictions in this land, righteousness still exists. What happened to my mother and my sister? You can't say they have nothing to do with your past.
So I went to see for myself how you plan to unravel this past you've been entangled in your entire life.
Rar. First under heaven is probably some Chinese term to basically just say the best of the best at something. I mean, that could make sense, and it's very descriptive. It just seems like, okay, you have the first under heaven, who Huaicunpei is referring to. First under heaven in terms of Mobufu. And there's probably many others, but it's just that that term has popped up a couple of different times, so it's intriguing, the connection, you know.
I seem to suddenly remember many things. Things I saw within an enormous body through eyes that can see through the mist.
Yeah, but the Chinese are like that.
You're a part of this consciousness, so it is only natural you possess the same memories. But the mortal realm I saw is different from what you described.
Chinese culture is absolutely amazing. That's one thing that's so... It's the Chinese culture, Japanese culture, Asian culture in general is just incredible. I always love learning about it.
So what did you see? Fire. At the very beginning, people congregated to fend off ferocious wild beasts and started a fire to light up the cold nights. They gathered around the flames, forged all sorts of tools, and cooked all kinds of dishes. Their faces bore many expressions I cannot comprehend. I really want to know what those feelings are. Such a thought is very dangerous. Dangerous? Your kin, the proxies who are already roaming about the mortal realm, entered it with similar thoughts, but the only thing awaiting them was endless torture. Did they all want to become human? Before I become one, first I want to know, what is humanity? Where should I go look for my answer? Just go. Take a walk in the mortal realm. A cacophony of emotions and desires will bring endless suffering. Give a thought form, and it will resemble the dawn of chaos. Fall into its fetters, and you will never break free. You're not afraid. Oh, just a dream. I guess it's not so strange to dream about it. Where's everyone? The young chef leaps off the couch, stretches himself, and rubs his eyes hard. The kitchen before him remains the same, pots and pans all in place. He seems to suddenly think of something and hurriedly opens a cupboard, taking out bottles of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Carefully, he drips a drop from each bottle into his mouth, one by one, his brows tightly knit, deep in thought. Only after a long time does a smile appear on his face. Phew, thank goodness. Still tastes the same. Whether as man or beast, whether I remember or not, it doesn't seem to make much difference. The flavors of the land are endless, and I've discovered all the ones I've been seeking. As for what comes next, let's not think about that right now. Enjoy the flavors of today, and leave tomorrow's worries for tomorrow. That's all there is to it. Let's get cooking. And that's it. There we go. We have completed the story. All right.
Here's a carnival costume.
Now we still have other stuff to do, but
You care very
for now,
much for Rhodes Island.
that's all we need to worry about.
Just Texas cares for her companion.
So let's close that out. Turn these headphones off. I'm Chinese American, but I don't know this in context. After all, the sui represent the great artisanal works, and ignoring them, you could say mapo tofu. That does sound like that. That's funny. It's the first under heaven in terms of cooking, and Daddy Tianpei is first under heaven as a martial artist, which he technically would have inherited that from Chongyue, because Chongyue held that title. I think that was what he was referring to because of him being the Grand Master and stuff in Where Vernal Winds Will Never Blow. So Tianpei taking that title by inheriting the blade. I just smacked myself in the face with my finger, but would make sense. All under heaven refers to mankind, so saying first under heaven basically means you are the master of something above all other people. That does make sense. In that context, that does make sense. But quite an interesting story in the way it unraveled. Overall, a fun event. Not one that got me incredibly emotional, but I'm very invested in the Soy siblings story and how they're interconnected, but also Blaze's tale and Blaze's tale, as well as Xingshu, everybody's connections here, and Laitzi, and just the way that the story unraveled, it did kind of feel complete, but there's still openings for how this could continue. Obviously, with more exploration into the Sui siblings, more exploration into Baizhou and the other Yan territories. But now that Blaze knows the truth, Xingshu knows the truth, Laitzi found out her truth, everybody kind of found out a different truth throughout the story. And now even Yu kind of found his own truth in terms of things with the flavors and with humanity and whatnot. It is very neat to unpack that. But the gameplay of the event, not bad. They kind of made it appear a little more overwhelming at first in terms of how the enemies worked and the whole thing with the sapidity and vapidity. But I didn't really have to worry about that too much, other than just kind of attempting to well, not so much even attempting to focus on them, but I just didn't really have to focus on them much. Kind of took care of things with my operators on their own. They did their thing. So, it is what it is. And the boss fight, fairly easy, but I have a feeling it's going to be another one of those cases where the boss fight for the story is easy. But when we get to the EX and the S stages, that's when it's going to ramp up the difficulty. We'll see. In a day or two is when the EX stage is open, I believe. So, ignoring Chongyue as he is beyond a human being, yeah, that's true. Chapter 15, we are homeless. We know that. That's old news now, Biotech. I wonder if this whole incident is what changed True Lung from attempting to apprehend Wang and instead support him. That's a good point. And the interesting thing with that is how Blaze's involvement and her interaction with the True Lung also steered his decision making. And he even said it himself, where he didn't know what he was expecting when meeting her. He knew he wanted to meet her. He knew she was still alive, but what did he expect to get out of it? Even he didn't know that. And in the end, he wavered. His whole thought process on things changed after talking to her and having the longevity noodles. Instead of flipping on her the way he did her father, it was a complete change, a complete 180 in terms of how that went down. Very cool. Very interesting how everything was interconnected like that. And Blaze would be the last person I would expect to really sway somebody's overall perception of the way they think of things, the way they see the world, the way they, in this term, in a ruler, the way they rule and the way they hand down judgment, and so to speak, those kind of things. But she definitely got to him, for sure. But everything there, now he's willing to accept his judgment, willing to accept punishment for his crimes, and he's hoping to see Wei back. So that's interesting to hear as well. And I'm curious as to how that interaction is going to go. We're going to see it, obviously, but Wei has a lot on his plate as well. Not only his own crimes, his dealings with Chen, and so much more. That's such a curious chain of events here as he's heading to Baizhou. So I wonder what Wang's face looked like. I don't know. We get that very bottom glimpse, and that's about it. But I will say this much. My opinion on Wang actually kind of changed there because of the end. I mean, sure, he's committed crimes of his own. He's been a villain to some extent. But the way things ended here, maybe you got through to him a little bit more as well. But it makes me think that in reality, sure, what you said was true about Wang resenting Jie and the others for things that they were doing and for, you know, the events that preceded. But the overall way things worked out there before he entered the tomb, before we last saw him there, when he spoke to Ji, it just kind of gave me this vibe of like everything he's been doing, crime or not, has all been for the siblings, has all been for his family, his perception of family. And that in a way, he's not 100% as villainous as we've been led to believe. I don't know. I don't know if that's true or not, but maybe we'll find out in the future. And I kind of hope to, because if we do get every Sui sibling as an operator in the future, unless he is to die in this clash with the slumbering of Sui, then, you know, unless he's to die in that clash, then it would be interesting to truly find out what he is like, who he is as an operator, as a part of the siblings. But the other thing that's intriguing about that is again, you have not just the Sui, but the other Fahrenmuts as well. Yeah. And there's plenty of others around that have been hinted at and talked about. So there's others in a similar capacity. And we have those to deal with and to struggle with, coming to terms with how many are in existence and how many we're going to have to fight in the end, and how many are going to be part of the story, how many are just, we know about, they're there. But we also have ones like the ones in the ocean, you know, the Fahrenmuts that are, there was the one that was brought up during the incident with Miliarium. So we've got so many other things that are left unexplored, but we know these terms, we know these connections, and that's intriguing to find out as well. But I don't know. There's just this thing with Wang has me questioning a lot as well now. I don't know. I'm so curious about it all. But I guess we'll find out in the future. There's a lot more story to tell in Arknights and a lot of world to explore yet. So many characters and so much depth that they put into this. And they always leave things open for more. That's one of the things I love about this story. And I hope it continues for a very long time. But we only have half of his face. Yeah, we only have that. Like, we got to see like the mouth, the chin. That was about it. So regardless, he's still more handsome than me. So you said every Sui sibling, so adding Jin. Yeah, I mean, if Jin doesn't die as well, anybody who's left, you know, in a sense, walking in the mortal realm would be interesting to add. Or in the case of maybe someday the others are, you know, we don't have this full picture of the story. Maybe in some way the others that are dead end up resurrected in a way towards the end. So, you know, who knows what could happen? We could see the others that are listed as dead, confirmed dead, whatever. But that's all up to whoever writes the story, if they want to include that in. So, with that though, guys, I'm going to get wrapped up here so that I can go get some sleep last couple hours before I have to go to work. But like I said, I had some sleep before we got live here. I took a big nap and relaxed a bit so that I didn't miss out on much. But I'm going to go get some sleep for work and get up and enjoy a chill kind of day. But now that we've got the story complete, we're going to do another video where we tackle the EX and S stages. And then I'm going to do a Sui Sibling run with just them. So I've got to work on getting them finished up. And then we are going to do one more video as my 5th and final entry to the video creation event. And this time I think we're going to do a cooking themed video. So I'm anxious to get that done, but it's going to take some logistics and stuff. I'm working on the recipes now for that. We're going to try that and see how that does. With that, guys, though, thank you everybody so much for watching over the past 2 streams. This has been a lot of fun again, doing this with a little bit of a special twist to it, like I did with Lapland's event and having special graphics and stuff for it. It's been enjoyable to narrate the story, to play the stages for you guys, to have fun exploring this new event. And I look forward to doing much more with you all in the future. Appreciate you all for being here, for taking the time out of your days, nights, everything, to be here live, and those of you watching the VODs, you guys are awesome as well. Thank you all, and I'm gonna go get some sleep. Take care, Musi, and you too, Biotech. Appreciate you all for being here. We will see you all next time.